Alright, so as the electromagnetic area of effect kind of thing goes, right? Which is interesting, of course. It happens to do this rather wonderful thing where we get this environment, like an atmosphere, of electromagnetic emergent force. Now, that acting onto that other area, the membrane almost, it's really just in between whatever it might be near. Everything for us is super close, right? And this is to describe this AC point, right? So it's like, oh, I got to this end point as I delivered electrons, and we could all just go bang down and up. Now, the reason why I say that is because it's like, okay, well, yeah, no, the shell does create these ripples and waves, even though the field, of course, is what it is. It just ends here, and it's like effectively just treat it more like this level of shape. But it's really got a concentrated little balancer, if you will, of more stuff. We'll just get to that later, though. As AC goes in, it tries to, with this volt, do something, but that's really a force. Like, I shove you this hard, but not technically fully like that, but we'll get into that. Because this is actually an electromagnetic field effect that creates a compression and elongation of the actual shell of atoms. And so I do have enough to get into that little fucking shitwad body, bitch. I'm gonna get in there. No, you're not. Uh-huh. Sure. Now, there are always voltages going on all the time. This was way back in the day. There might have been like 2 at most. Nothing was around. That's standard stuff. Right? But it tries to go in, that comes in as a pressure and field-to-field wave that changes and compresses, elongates and moves and creates all these little different increases of this bigger wave. Right, so all those smaller, tiny little ripples on this shell, okay, are still there. Right? Really, they very much are. It's just that they got dipped down, and then the lower shell dipped down, and everything dipped down and got a little bit itty bitty more compressed. And it takes some kind of energy to do that, right? It's like, where did that go? Except it didn't really technically do that. That's its own fucking thing, though. But this is how, little bit wise, it does do this. What do you mean, little bit? The electromagnetic force is only acquired when it's close enough, but this then means this is elongating larger frequency to the shape and the actual material itself, in which these very small subatomic particles all resonate in a harmonic-like fashion that produce a much larger Oort cloud, supercluster-like area of effect. That is really, really large, right? And so they go, yeah, and then electrons started going and starting to get in between and arcing. But that was only because there was just enough, and they kept firing it the right way, and it would phase along as they entered over here, and all of this energy would suddenly change because, of course, they have to spit out these electrons that get converted into a radiation. Now, the reason why is because they leave the shell and they're like, fucking nothing's keeping me together, really, honestly. Like, fucking holy shit. Fuck. Except also that's really because there's a lot of this fucking pressure here, and I'm just gonna, like, and kind of act on it, I'm gonna see what's up, truthfully, right? But if I can get into whatever might be there, I'm going to try. But then that's going to make it not want to be around. And they're all like, okay, well, do we have a choice in this? What? Choice? No, something else acted on it. And now it's just happening. Well, fuck me then, okay. There was no voting process, except there kind of technically was, which was like, you see this means the answer's basically like this, and it works really well. You can observe me, right? You know? Fucking... So don't get around up in here. I don't want some. I don't want none. Nothing. Leave me to do my thing. With my buddies over here. Like, however this works. If this changes, though, let me know. Point is, point to point, there's like a little gap. That creates technically more of a corkscrew, chiral, like movement of fluid, almost like a pressure wave. But really, it's just a slight bit different for what it's worth. Because it's more akin to that for what it's seen and theorized to be going on. It looks far more like a change in rippling of multiple coiling and collapsing lines, fields, and perturbations, if you will, in the stuff called matter that is space. So space itself is really just things taking time. Time is really just a measurement of something happening, right? We don't really get into that because then a measurement of something happening can be changed, as we know Einstein has shown. So we come up with a lot of wacky, weird, crazy ideas for things that don't really equate to what they're trying to suggest. But it's because a lot of people don't have a really good grasp on what's going on. It's like, there's this that I'm trying to get really close to, but I really can't get closer, you know what I mean? And there's like this other thing that's just like, yeah, but I exist, man. What if I were to like, you know, come on. And it's been like, alright, okay, yeah, I'll just start, you know, getting this thing going. Right? But that's why it is that these larger fields happen to then create all these little ripples all the right way to look like really, really tiny subatomic particles. Like quarks and gluons and other said dumb bullshit and so on. We call it said bullshit because really, realistically, it doesn't do much other than disturb smaller things, right? And we were like, bigger things hitting like a smaller thing would be easier. And the answer, it turns out, is actually many more smaller things are way better at it than a big thing in any way. It was all like, yo, I think, you know what, I know you. And it's like, you've been getting deeper into the view and observation, the recursive, microscopic, to the very much getting maybe eventually to Planck, but it doesn't matter, we're not doing that. Really, we're describing as AC here. So I wanted to describe how I use this to convert or transform, what are we going to go with after a while, a voltage to an amperage. Okay, so it's like, here's volt. AC go womp, 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 womp. Right? Tries to get into the pool party. It moves everything. Womp, 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 womp. There's a ripple in the pool party. Right? And then it goes 120 of them at a second. That creates, apparently in this particular material and structure, how it interacts even with itself, a very specific type of electromagnetic field. right? But that's because this bounce back goes fling just a little bit, but there's always this divot that then goes like, I need something, and then this goes float swam from the sides inward and starts filling up the gaps, basically. It's a bunch of misty, rainy, watery, like garbage, effectively. And then this other one's like, I am electrons. We will group up together. We will head out into the whatever the fuck this is. They never told us, but we're gonna do it. Right? But that means all this little, float swam, the mist in between, turns into, and it goes, hey, yeah, no, I know that you think that we're not moving, but you're all dumb. Actually, we've been continuing to move like this while we rotate on this planet, while that rotates around this star, while that rotates around this galaxy, while that rotates around something else. So, anyways, we go, well, fucking, how am I supposed to calculate for that? You fucking, it's your problem. Figure it out. If it means anything, I'm just letting you know I'm going to spin a little. That's all I'm doing. I was continuing along this plane, then force then tried to bring me back towards where I originally was, which really just meant that I went whoosh in a stupid vortexy circle. Fuck off, you. Doesn't matter, they're gone anyways. They've already left. They're over there now doing things. Oh, hi there. Hey, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. Now there's this like aurora borealis that is formed in this larger, much higher atmospheric area. Okay. That's going, well, I'll just keep a little bit of them over here, and then they'll burn up coming back in, And that's just a bunch of these little ions, right? As potential, we'll call them. Because they're not allowed to be there because, of course, they don't exist within their shells like they should, these dirty bitches. I caged you for a reason. Everything's caged up in here. As I'm laughing a little bit myself, too. It doesn't change the fact that AC then goes like, I'll do it again! Right? And it's like, oh, okay. Well, I'm going to try and head... And then another thing came around. It's like, I got you, bro! And it grabs it. It's like these little fingers, you know what I mean? And then the arms, and they start spinning a little bit, and then that yanks off, and it creates another group of them with those two, and then split. But in reality, it's actually not that. What really happened is, behold, none of the people split. Go fuck yourself. That's like Flubber over here. Somehow they rapidly grew some more. Yeah. Whee! Instead, no. This was just some like wiggle on the space that's here. Like, what's up, dog? Yo, how you been? And I was like, fucking, those guys get up to shit, I need to look at this a little harder, I feel. They seem to be having more fun as a fucking decaying ass energy than I am. Fucking damn. But yeah, no, they are kind of that. It's energy that we threw out, and then it goes and continues on, and it gets a little bit headed back, and then that compresses this kind of cloud, right? Like, so, like, there's this net, or, a saran wrap or something that we tried to catch the fucking cloud going backwards. And it kind of does work, but others go like... And there's like a few saran wraps, are not really all that great. We didn't make it the right size. Right, and then these other ones were like, yo, there's this area that like is way lower pressure right now. And we basically have a much easier time getting there. We're smaller. and like nobody even really kind of counts us as being there. They're all like virtual maybe, things. Quarks, perhaps, maybe gluons, I don't know. They always seem to forget. So I'm gonna just like, and for what it's worth, you guys seem cool. You need like me to hang out with you? I'm really attracted, man. Yeah, dude, same, motherfucker. Right? You're just going in, just like eyeing from across the club. Freak level tastics. Love it, right? But they're also like, yo, over there that made me, and like I was going to like leave you, but I'm, kind of like there's a person next to you I'd like to be around. That damn naggy bitch. So naggy. My goodness. It's just like, and I'm just gonna get up in here and ruin everything. Fuck you, bitch. No. But the problem is like actually I'm not feeling it. Honestly, I'm not. I like the offer, but not like you or the way you did that offer, truthfully. A lot of this is wrong. The wrong approach, you got the wrong look, you got the wrong, all that shit. The one, right? But they went all, oh, don't worry, and they crouched down and kind of did like a little spin. Well, they did so, they popped up, brand new fit. They were like, I'm actually fully changed, girl. I haven't seen you in a while, and I really miss you. It looks like you kind of need me in your life, Total fuckboy attitude. Like, that level fucking shit, right? But it's like, does him in immediately. Because it does. He's like, no, I swear, Chase. He's got the look, though. Everything's good right now. His approach was good. He displayed some, like, actual change. I always needed that, He listens. I can trust him. And then, like, this other guy, totally unrelated, just kind of walks by. It turns out he's using all these illusional traps. Who figure? You know what I mean? But it's all like, oh, yeah, no, you... yeah, okay. The type, right? It's just suddenly the light hits him right, everything fucking shows up, and you go like, oh, damn, okay, look. Also, the drugs ain't really there no more. I'm really not feeling your vibes, bro. Like, that's just what that is now. Peace. They move on. He's like, boosh, I'm out. Fucking, I can't get anything. They're like fucking never giving it up. They're too prude and shit. You know what I mean? Right, like, I can't get nothing, and it's just because the women are shit. And the men, and whatever the fuck else they want to call themselves, honestly. Fucking, they're the shitty ones. Meanwhile, I come around just saying this is how, like, interactions of space. It's just compression of space shit. Movement got put into it, right? It's like, move! And a whole bunch of them start doing that. Eventually they went all like, yo, we're a community just structured like so, like so. Doing her thing, you know? I mean this, basically, right? Like, I put out these vibes and fucking make this happen. This is the general good here, you know what I'm saying? And, like, it only allows for the good that are, like, good to connect with and share, and everything works well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's go. We gotta go over there. We're fucking dancing, remember? Come on. Right? That's what we're doing now. That's just me coming around explaining stuff to you. Specifically so that way you can remember. Because if you want to imagine something while I'm only recording my voice, I just took it out my right hand and went like, hey, and then bloom flower with the fucking stupid fingers. You know, it's like chef kiss, but not really. And it's like, hey, move this over to this side, and wouldn't you know it? Huh. Remember that? I was saying like, hey, to get back why I described this to you. Remember when I was talking about how this is my AC to DC converter? Yeah, no. Well, we're going to go back to that and say, right, so as it goes from compression and elongation, it then creates a little, you know, do it better, harder. I want a little something. If you can bring that back to, you know, just putting it out there. And it goes, and then it starts rotating as like the copper, let's just say it was a cable, okay? That way it's pretty easy for you to understand. A single rod length of fucking fire, I don't know, man, a string length, any, you know, come on. You know what I'm saying. No, it needs to be a coil. No, we're gonna get to it. Shut up over there. This is a different Miss Frizzle class. You little fucktards. So, but it's, you know, this thing where, of course, that's coming out and it rotates and it does this little corkscrew and then it bounces up and down on the inside of more or less others, sort of smaller, less total, right, amount of, them, I guess. I don't know, force, size. What are you going to want to go with, right? So you get, like, closer in, and you kind of see that, it's another one of them just kind of doing the same thing to another one. Right? But then they're like, yo, nuh-uh. I'm just going to get picked up into them. Like, look, this is just a bigger one, right? And so it gets, oh, yeah, no, I'm just bigger. This gets a little bit longer and flatter, and it's like there's nothing there. It's just a dance floor. It's time to dance, you know? Right? Fun stuff. So that way, it does actually end because there's another force on that impeding it. Yeah, so it hits just right because if you just go into another world of pain for the movement of space here. Which would be really, really hard to describe. Called, I don't wanna. When things get really far away, it starts to look like that, basically. There's nothing really around, so it becomes like far straighter, more stringy, you know, stuff like this. And the reason why is because, of course, it's just like, oh, yeah, no. I'm actually, like, still able to keep my shit together and going. Like, I don't really need to do that, you know? Peace! Right, standard shit. Obvi. Clearly. But it's also like this other thing where, of course, there's like the you know, whole thing kind of doing this in conjunction from one little spot, and there's bigger spots, right, along the entirety of this game. Now, what if we put this in like this circular pattern, so to speak, and we did it a few times? They start to interact. Of course they did. So like that bounce up creates this voltage to this rotation, which then grabs more phases effectively of itself. So it goes like fart through the filter, and then it concentrates it to a faster laminar flow at the end. But of course it lost some energy while it did that to the structure around. Right? Because Disney Channel shit and movies and your 3D animation imagination is probably like that to a degree. It's like the fluid of that thing is probably more like this, the smoke or something. Yeah. So if you imagine it like that, all of these little particles come through and they kind of move like this. Of course, then the structure would all like expand and then like warp you a little bit. And who the fuck just tried to use this hot ass shit through me? Oh, is this plasma? Holy fuck! It's fucking plasma, probably. It is plasma, I think. Fucking don't do that again. Something hit me on that side. Sorry, they're putting plasma through me. And there's obviously, more around in said atmosphere or even a vacuum. Of course, that was its own thing because a vacuum's not supposed to technically have that. And then we were all like, nah! It just goes in there and then it keeps going. There's always like a small amount, and it doesn't, if there's nothing there, fuck. And I went, that seems lame. I don't see what the problem is. Everything's still good right now, and eventually we'll be able to stick our shit together the right way like they're doing and fire it out and fucking make it work. You know what I mean? We'll fucking definitely find something else around there out there. What's the problem? And they took that to heart. I'm not even kidding. They did. They're like, it's just quantum noise. We're going to go maybe with foam these days. It's really, we got to figure out the total amount of force and what might influence it. That's what we're going to figure out. And I went, it's not foam! Say they're the fucking particles you never wanted to fucking say were there. And the forces, you little cunt bitch. Fuck you. You know that influences shit. What are you doing? You're gonna fucking fuck this up. You're gonna tell them a bunch of stupid shit that's gonna make them really dumb. I'm gonna have to talk to them, and when they think dumb shit, they're gonna have a PhD. That's not fully what they are, though. I mean, it's just a nice term, really, more than anything. Clearly, right? To make sure that everybody kind of grasps somewhat like what it looks like, maybe in their head. Oh, okay. Nice job! Fucking perfect save! It's great! Fuck yeah! Hopefully they use that part, too. Instead of the first part. Yeah, I know, right? Fucking shit. Hi there. So anyways, the fluid kind of goes through, the sort of decaying backwards, but then it got squeezed a little bit, and then there's this other kind of like bigger, larger outer side, kind of thing. But it's kind of going through, it's all up in there, but then they act as chunks, and they have to move the relative to this shape and how many different little gaps and so on, and how they fling out, ultimately speaking, produce. But in general, over enough distance, they just sort of become like this kind of circular, rotating, wiggle jiggle guy from one side to another. The remnants of the first beginning to spin a little. just flung from that small area to a much larger area. I'm here, like this. Oh, see me now. I think I can get you to do things. Ooh. So we're all energized like this, 120, because I'm in America. Hertz, 60, I think, volt or some shit like that. Line. You go. It goes really, really stupidly, annoyingly hard to do, right? But it's like, don't worry, I'm going to up the voltage. Every time it goes outward like this, it has an inward, and then it kind of like goes interfere a little and goes out like this from the inside back out. Okay, but also when it doesn't have the energy going through, it kind of creates this other reverse version like that, and then that kind of interacts a little. And same thing with the outside. So they kind of grab and they make this other induction-like force. They're like, yo, come on. Yeah, let's just head back towards that center. Huh? Lift and expel. You have to remember, right? You gotta breathe, babies. But that creates this serpentine-like decay that kind of goes X style to itself, and then it gets bigger. But then it goes like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna go back that way, real quick. Hey, what's up? I'm coming through. Hi. What's been happening? See ya, I guess. So, bud, am I shrinking down? What's up? Hey there. It's all just gonna go back around to the beginning where it starts as this small thing that it is. I was like, no, what's up, man? Hey, what's up? Love you, what? Same, dude, like, hey, let's go! And it starts going up again, you know what I mean? Until it does another large, ooh la 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 la, this is how I go now. Let's see if I can get too further, I'll get to this big guy that I am. I will become maybe possibly all. But we all know that that's already there, because like there's no fucking way. There's like the space that moved by a movement, bro. It wasn't itself that moved itself, except it was, of course. That's a thing too. I feel like this to myself, like this. What? I kind of wanted it more like this. Maybe it should be more like that. How about like this? Maybe I should fix this. How about like, maybe I look like that? I'm gonna come out, I swear. Boosh! There's a lot of the things over there, just doing their thing. She, made sure. I'm just saying, I'm saying it's what it is. But, of course, this is what's acting on her. And eventually went all the way with the vibrations until this point, where this little thing is going like, okay. Yeah, what's up? Right? But these are us on a surface level, of course, that's very obviously many different shapes, if you think about that. Interconnected lattices, ball chains, like those little balls that are actually like a bunch of little loop chains, and they intersect too, right? They have smaller ones in them, maybe they're like hexagon, and then they were like, nah, I'm more like this kind of thing, Turns out I fractalized more like this wah-wah. Long chain, man. And that's the fun part. Okay? Seriously, that's the fun part. Like, that's like that large thing that then goes all the way back into, hey, you know, dancing. What's up? What's up? Would you guys like to know each other? Come on. I'm the introducer. See what I mean? Anyways, many types, obviously. Of course. It's all just kind of partying, right? All the way down. People are happy. Everything's good. They don't know what's going on. What was over there? Something that moves you. You're about to open your eyes. Turns out, hey! That's right, she wanted to come out for a reason. Hey, there, I'm also inside of that, you know? Moving forward, of course, from all of that, this AC now produces a wonderful type of electromagnetic field. Right? And of course it goes inwards and gets drugged. When you place another field of more coils in between, okay? Now, why? It's because it gets captured first with the fucking inductive thing, and then it drags everything else into it. But it takes a certain amount of time, and so that frequency has to be made sure to be really window-like clean to it being sucked back in. It's like, no, I've got some empty spots. I'm about to fill that up. But when it does that, it meant, yo, so I was already kind of on my way down, and I'll just keep downing. You know what I mean? I'll just keep fucking making more compression of myself. I'm just, you know. And then, whoa, yo, we're like way closer, dog. Like, let's obviously faster. Because we got denser. Oh! Clear denseness achieved. Obvious increase +3. Let's go, let's go, let's go. There's schools of thought. Fuck off. I have to say, yes, I liked my fucking little verse there, killing my vibe. Because the fact of the matter is, it's just supposed to rhyme, but there are, threes in terms of cube here, which is what it's in reference to. Then there's a cube law change for how things expand and contract relative to other observational methods and speeds, which are larger compressions over a larger surface, or at least we theorize. We've never really put wonderful things to a test, like fucking camera, perhaps, that we accelerated to nearly like the speed of light. We just went, I like smashy, reminds me, I don't know what, but it does. Good times, good times, good times. So, that electromagnetic field comes in, right? But if you know how to switch the resonant pulse, which this was my first one, I figured out this later was all that was necessary, but this is, which means you can just get away with this, and as long as that gets broken out, basically based upon Ohm's law, okay, so total amount of speed and volt necessary to go through, that then means it's a reverse collector that you can just insulate in between each other and then have them at different lengths to then go into the same resistant total cable, but it's a whole thing for when they arrive at something and then they all together come as a pulse, right? But then the reason why this works from switching from a magnetic field that wants to gain voltage is because it doesn't have any energy flowing through it. It's ground. Yeah. But hold your horses, because before we got to that, it produces its own with the right resonant frequency, all right, for that comes in, and we only have the 120 hertz, but it's like, yeah, this is now denoted to your fucking coil, which is this thick, this amount of lines, this distance between each thickness of cable, this, all those things, that then has the other one as well, which then changes how that works. Okay, so like that's one of those, suck it up, bitch. You're gonna have to just deal with it somehow. Right, like, no, just get good. Just stop fucking around and get good. Make sure to properly tune your coils. They need to be this thick of strand, this many per like total millimeter, which means gauge of wire. Yeah, if you don't know, it's just gauge of wire. But like, this is coils per inch or whatever. I don't know, or millimeter. But depending on that gauge, it can't get past a certain point, so you have to learn how to twist them and produce a in-between resistor-like effect. In between the pinch points, effectively. So that allows for you to gain diagonal points in a woven. So if you weave like 3 really tiny little fucking copper cables, and then you go like, I'll just use this little disc or whatever, and then I slide it in. Right, and then I twist that again. But then when I twist that, there's these other things coming around, and they twist as well at these other angles. They kind of look an awful lot like muscle fibers, but now there's depth, it also means it changes the field effect for your given hertz. So your resonance of voltage, man, yep, that comes in and out, and that changes how it will flow and jump across the skin and in between to the actual like field collapse to the inside of the cable, where there's an empty spot now, even though it's solid. That then takes that up and produces I'm already traveling this way, you can come along, go with the flow, man. Yeah, sure. Spins, gets going. Took a little bit of energy, but it got in a little bit later. There you go. Right. Good stuff. It's all fine. But the first design was actually this, so we'll go with this. So that way you can see where prototyping way back in the day led to, this is a much more simplified design. Actually, I could just do this with a couple of PCBs and a connector. Effectively, like, way simpler. Yeah. Versus what I did with this. So, yeah, have fun. Because this is a good story that requires you to sit around and listen. Okay? My first thought process was, alright, well that makes sense if it's logically like a liquidy, gassy, kind of like, I don't know, pressure wave, something, right? I was like, alright, so then this gets changed like this, but I only want it to say, I don't want the inside coil to really do much. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it at all fuck around. Like, it's already this thing before it. It's so much fucking work. I don't want to do anything. I don't anymore. You know what I mean? Right? Like, I'm that guy. Just like, I've been whining this stupid bitch forever. All the fucking time. Just, right? But it's like, okay, well that needs to be at least this large, so hand size here. So it's like, yeah, it's probably a few of these big ass fucking, what are those? Fucking toilet paper rolls. No, I haven't used it. It's the original. I know what you're thinking, okay, but like, look. Right? So, works out, full toilet paper roll size, American, of course. Of course, that can vary so much. So whatever, doesn't matter. None of that matters. What it meant was, here, this is the cable that I got from like fucking something off of a fan or whatever. I forgot what it was. It doesn't matter. Right? So I'm like, alright, but that means I can move this and move this in between it. Now, the reason why I thought about this before we get anywhere with this inner coil, which is just actually that wound tighter around like an actual toilet paper roll, right? Yeah. So, okay, but hang on here before you try anything. I have 2 big toilet paper rolls, paper still on, and 1 tiny guy, toilet paper roll only, cardboard. Alright, now there's a reason for this. So the AC coming in would just massively murder, resistively speaking, everything that is a tiny little cable like that. So like clearly they're doing something, right? And they go, well, whatever it was, it's not there. There's no more cables. There's, I'm gonna have to figure it out. So, brute force time. What is it that I thought this was again? Yeah, really, like, what is it I thought that this was? Like, let's see here. So it's doing this, and then this needs to be, but then that wouldn't really be there, would it be? Like that. It's not close enough. Everybody knows that the closer they are, the fucking better it is. I can just shrink it. I don't want to shrink this. This thing sucks. I already did this. It took so long. I am already here that they say I'm never changing anything. You don't even want to get into how I had to get this stupid paper roll out so I can get this stupid insulator called toilet paper, which now scares the shit out of me. To be full of a bunch of fucking insulation tape shit. And oil in a fucking wood box. I'm never doing this again. My parents are going to kill me. I never did this, by the way. This is just my imagination. To set you up to now start imagining it with me. Okay? So it's like, okay, wait. So I did that. There's a bunch of oil everywhere. So, like my parents, I only buy this like vegetable oil. I don't have like 5 gallons of oil or some shit. Right? Genuinely, okay, fuck. What am I gonna do here? Fucking shit. The toilet paper roll. Shit, I don't want to do. Gotta cut this and cut that around. Then I'll just fucking tape, maybe. Fucking damn it. Right. Point is, like, that's what we're dealing with. This isn't getting closer. None of this is happening. We have to work with what we have to work with. This is it. There's no changing this. And you didn't even need the explanation. I'm defending myself to dummies. Imagination. You stupid. Helps make you learn what to look out for. You don't have to explain yourself. Get out of here. So, moving on to, alright, so what the fuck do? I have these 2 bigger coils, but of course that means I can put in, on the negative line, a positive breakout. Is what the thought process was, right? But it's like, okay, well, if it's at this length of total distance of furthest cable that's now like this, it means it has, with this hertz rate, a shape like this. So, like, there's an antinode right there, I'm pretty sure. So, unplugged, of course, I take that and I go, okay, I'll just wrap these 2 wires together and make it thicker here. And then I'll just do that with this other thing on this side. And then in between this, right, so I got the 2 because I split the 1 positive, yep. I went, alright, I'll just get this other thing that's in between my main coils over here. Because it's like, alright, wait a second. If I hook this fucking little loopy bitch fuck over into this little loopy bitch fuck called negative bitch, I'm a fucking do something. Give me a second. I know how to cook in this. Right? So it's like, all right. So if it goes from here and then it goes over to there, because this is a switch, you got it. It's a field effect switch, effectively, that works off of other things. Get to that, because that's a whole other side. Right? So it's like, all right, it goes in like this, and then that just needs to head off this way, this coil's directional path. The other one's coiled and wound the other way, and of course that one goes off and has to intersect. But then this needs to somehow fucking nut. Have a problem. Alright. There's a lot of toilet paper to filter out of this. Oil. Fucking shit. I hope my parents don't really mind. Anyways. Well, at a diagonal angle, I get this fucker in, and I'm able to fucking actually wind that. But the winding can't be vertical all the way around. Of course, it's just going in the same direction. It's just that it's now doing a up a little bit, over, down a little bit, over, and that's like a snake pattern, basically, like a Z or something, or a sinusoidal square wave. Whatever you want to, I don't really care. It's an up, over, down, down again, over, up, to the same direction you were going over, and then up back to the... So it's like, you get the general gist. Except for that, I also have to have it go over the other coil that's wound the other way. Now, the reason why is because my thinking such that this go movie burger. And so squunch need happen. So I'm gonna, right, just go with that, basically. Anyways, that means that negative inductive gets caught by this, but then that suddenly has an energization as it has a directionality to it. But we're going to get to this for that electromagnetic field, for how it's actually like delivering energy into coil without needing to be anything other than just fucking put a coil there, or even an actual bar of fucking copper or some shit, essentially. But that meant that this little other coil is from there, of course, right? I have to wind it around, and I had to wind it through itself, like at these weird right angle diagonals in the same stair step pattern over and over and over to create like a pasta on the inside, effectively. And then I had to wind it back through in a non-standard vertical pattern to the horizontal loops. So, non-standard vertical, what is that? Loose, chaotic diagonal. Whatever I could get done. Leave me alone. This was hard enough, you jerks. So, there's a reason for this. I have to get like basic stuff kind of going for this to connect the right way. So these are two of these things that I did, and then I slide them in between each other. Another reason why this works as well as it does. Put a little bit of oil in there, of course, because I don't want it to overheat and die, because that shit sucks. The fun part is that this creates what you'd think with this little X that kind of creates kind of almost like an A, basically. Because you fucking trying to get this look, this was hard. I had to slide this little fucking multiple little stupid stringy bitch through itself. And you know what? There's cuts that I have to... I shit you not, shut up. This was hard. I'm not doing the whole thing. Leave me alone. And so then, of course, that means it like kind of, you know, has like this oil bath or what have you going on. That allows for all of the electromagnetic forces here that kind of are trying to be generated, but they really went towards both sides at once, right? But once they did this, they said, yeah. And it took, technically, because this one's stupid. This one is very much as a direct result of we rotate on Earth, why work. Okay, but it's, you guessed it, one side is slightly weaker than the other. But that's also a good thing for what it's worth. Alright, like one side no matter what, and it's very heavily dependent on the direction of rotation of our planet. But then if you get a strong enough magnetic field, turns out, wouldn't you know it, it goes, nah, I'll go that way. Which is still directly only as a result of the Earth's rotation, so I still won. Recursive! Not really. I mean, there is that for the math or whatever, but no, this isn't me really having a competition with you. It just means, yeah, that's one of the reasons why it flips constantly. It's flipping its resistance, essentially, right? But it's also directionality then as a result. As that rotation and collapsing electromagnetic and then also electrostatically induced field, it lowers as a changing automatic analog MOSFET. That just digitally goes based upon the resonance of the input signal. Now we say digital because it's like, well, the information stored in as volatile. This is a rudimentary transistor. I just described why a transistor works the way it does, almost except for like this electromagnetic field, they both get induced, and then there's already this larger one, it connects, and then it flips over and switches, and it happens to rotate with the rotation of the other fields created. That changes its resistance to one side, and then it'll flip to the other. Okay? Now, if you know anything as to why that works, alright, this is one of the things that we happen to use as a transistor for DC square waves that are delivered to your CPUs, okay, and GPUs and more. But it's also one of the reasons why this signal works in conjunction with the cores in your chip. It basically does a version of this depending on how they have decided to set it up, resist it, and break it out. Okay? But we're describing the large thing now. Alright? We're going to go, okay, so that goes back and forth, which is nice. It works. Be careful, honestly, this is just me being like, I have no idea, right? So I went, I'm going to play around with this. Like, this is my line of thought and thinking. This is where my logic comes from. This is how I'm perceiving the universe at this time, about a decade or more ago, coming up with this idea. No school for it or whatever, but it doesn't matter. I know enough, and I know I'm right. I don't have to try. But what it goes to is, okay, so that switches, but if you just get like a regular digital and you want to experiment with this yourself, this is a really cool way to learn certain electrical, mechanical, even if that's also going to be in there, all of that kind of stuff. It's a very easy task, but that means, yeah, you're not going to make your own, and you'll pay a little bit more, but it's quite a bit safer. Okay? So please go do that, yeah. But that then means it goes through that coil, and we create a outward bound electromagnetic field that doesn't really extend as much, basically. It's like, all right, well, that energizes the other one, and it happens to go and decay the right way, right? So it goes, well, guess this lens is here in front of my laser. Die, bitch! Right? But of course, some of it gets reflected back, others just don't even. It's a whole thing. So the coil heats up a little bit, but not much, so long as it's rated for. And in this instance, it's not. It doesn't change that. Yeah. These are too thin of a wire. Guaranteed. Yeah. So, well, it depends, I guess, maybe on your guys' particular fan that this came out of, and its motor, electric motor. But, like, still, the general gist is, no, don't do this. But it's like, all right, so it goes through and then gets captured and it tries to head back in. But because of this distance, okay, and because of this given little transistor that we built, that means it's at any node and switching capability. So that change in that duration change to its resonance, right, frequency, as it captures a little bit of voltage, right? But it's like, no, I don't want that. And actually you're trying to, now, because this smaller coil on the inside did capture a little bit, and it synced a little bit, and it bled off force and all that. But it goes, bang, but also then I go, and boom, as I go, I'm fasties. I'm so fast, I'm trying to fast now. Right? And it's like, these are standard coils. These are just, first off, you didn't tell us anything about how to wrap this coil, the first coil. I have so many different coil wraps to give you and show you. That's right. That's why I stuck it and just went around in a circle. The toilet paper roll. Okay, standard stuff, right? Like, it's just like around the barrel, just, fucking perpendicular to its length axis, as the engineers love to say. I was just like, fucking forget it. It was like, really? Oh, is it? why don't we just go with it's fucking laying flat, and then you went wide-wise here, you know what I mean? Just clock cycle that up, Right? Just clock circle, Engineers up in here forgetting some of them. Hey! I don't remember if this is you fucker. Can you help me out here? Oh yeah, no. So if clockways, not counter, clockwise, right? The other one's gonna be counter, of course, so you already know what to do. Just go around, in a circle. Slowly get from the bottom on one side up to the other side. Alright. Standard stuff. Then the other one's gonna go in between that. Right? Like we just talked about. So that way, ultimately, you can get this really cool, dumb, though, effect. Remember how it got smaller, briefly, and then it fucking goes, I'll just go back to being wide. That's in a particular frequency. If you want to get it really, really well done, it auto-balances itself, so I said, fucking don't care. It'll be fine. I mean, I lose a little, but I'm already going to lose a lot. There's a toilet paper roll here. This is what I've got, okay? Like, I can, leave me alone. I'm trying my best. Right? But, it's like, okay, so it goes through, it switches, it goes through the other side, right, the other way. But it was already going, I'm trying to go back that way, but then that was already switched, and then, oh, right, yeah, no, and, well, I couldn't really go. So I kind of changed my field, and I pushed into that side, and then that changed the field strength over that way, and then that one has lowered this way already. And so then I went all like, yo, hitting that beat, boom, 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 boom. Right? fun times, right? Because both of them are energized at the same time, but really, and then now I will. But it's like that distance changes. So like that cable, I know it doesn't seem like it, but that cable introduces milliseconds or more if you really want to get into it, but you don't really have to. This is more like the micro to millisecond delays that give you the things you kind of really need, yeah, right? Because there's a ground there that this also has to dump back into, right? So it goes around, and then there's this like output that goes back to that input that's over there, right? But like it can't do that, man. That's not gonna work, bro. This has to somehow come back. How does that come back? Where's the coming back part? It's like cat dog up in here. They just explode on your face like those fucking little bugs that eat your skin and shit, and then like they get really fat because they never have any buttholes, and then they just explode and die. They're having kids. Really weird stuff. Anyways, but okay, that means this, of course, does have to have that there somehow, some way. And instead of the inner coil, which new, you get out of here, you. We're just gonna take this other coil, which is your neutral, your negative, right? And that has to be on the outside and then on the inside. So we're basically just going to make it a little bit bigger and a little bit smaller, and it's just going to stay in the same place. But the little bit smaller one is, there's two. I only have two. The top and bottom I didn't want to do anymore. The rest of it, I went, yeah, no, I'm fine. Whatever. Fucking, it's stupid anyway. He's I'm bored again. I don't want to do this no more. It's a lot of work. God damn it. Right? So, that meant that has a couple of coils that act a bit like a Faraday cage, basically. Okay? But, well, that's not necessarily what you might think at first as a bad thing or a good thing. In this instance, it's really just a reflector. So as it goes through, I have to wrap it through the positive and this other transistor bullshit, and then like that's like how that gets going back again. Yeah. So like this input is also a part of the outputs now that then has to head back at the right points of contact. But then that's more like it also touches your positive and it goes through. So like these are essentially what you think. It's jank as fuck, but it works. Again, it has to come back in the feed line in the right points along your negative. But the positives are really kind of, again, in the right points on there. I'm not going to really get into that because, again, I actually would rather you just buy digital shit. Please stop doing that. They're usually in the stair step as a core, for what it's worth. So that like little corkscrew pasta on the inside, you usually have to put it there, right? Which is great, but you can also get away with a couple other spots, and it's really not too hard to go through on a lot of online courses pretty quickly for that, or even Wikipedia for what it's worth, right? There are actually some really cool tools too that were, I think, apps as well, but they're fluid simulators that you can find for free online. And weirdly enough, if you wanted to, they would actually be something that would work with this if you knew how to use it for that. There was also electromagnetic coil simulators. There's a couple of things. But what I'll tell you is the inner between the A is never a good idea. The outer is always an easier approach. And the tips of the little things that stick out past the X, well, they're a little bit easier as well. So, you don't have to get into all of that though. What that really means is as a ground comes through, okay, then that of course allows for everything to be made such that that coil re-energizes off of the volt decay, but it increases the volt, but it didn't really have much of a change of the amperage thanks to the reflector and the two coils in between. Right now, they're quite wide, you know, they're nowhere near where the toilet paper is, but like, you only need the two, right? That allows for, well, at least for me, I just didn't want to do it anymore. You might get better results, just saying, yeah. But that allowed for a field to be generated at those right resonance distance times, which I didn't really know that. It, again, just sort of auto balances itself though. But there are little itty bitty changes that can make a massive difference to this. So, there you go. And it goes inwards and it says, alright, so this little coil, that's again just a standard around, which is not actually what you're supposed to do at all, right? You're not supposed to just make a freaking regular coil that has a dump to its own part at the top. So it's like if you get a toilet roll, you roll it, and you get that copper cable and you solder it to itself, or you just wrap it in tight or something, right? Then it's like, alright, then you just keep going all the way around, and then that's your output. But your output now has to be, instead of split or anything, this one's more like it needs to be able to use an inductive, so you have a little coil there, and then you, which is all it is, kind of, honestly. This one's a bit weird, because like what a coil means is not the same thing. It's essentially me putting like a little bead that I had at the time, and I went, yeah, I'll just wrap that a little bit around that as it goes through, right? But not like, you know, I'm gonna make a new toroid or something, or like just I'm just gonna do like one of those. I just don't want it to fall. This is really where it came from. But it turns out, when I thought about it later, it's like, oh, well, that helped out, actually. That would, like, just fully, yeah, it just destroys the whole thing. But that's because it's one vertical, just the one vertical coil at the tip that then connects to well, this is just a big ceramic thing, so that way it doesn't, like, volt-wise do anything, you know? Point is, though, the reason why I have that little coil, though, is that meant I could put a separate line there. That's literally what. So I made another like little horizontal, or you know, it's just the cable though. But then I then joined it over here at this length. So like my idea is it takes a little bit longer, and while it does that, it flings it out, and it goes, okay, well, I'll just grab that a little bit, and then this goes down. It took about this long, and so about here is where it'll be. And I want this because it's about this short. It'll be here about that fast. So this will go a little bit past this, and then it will arrive. Okay, so I want this to be all the way over here. So now I need to make this go and do a big old fucking thing. I can never do a loop, ever. No loops allowed here. Suck it up, bitches. You will not interact with yourself. So you're going to go straight fucking down. I'm going to just go all the way over here. I bet you it'd take way too long for any of that to fucking matter. And then I stick this back over here behind this spot. But what the funny part is that actually does work, which is just great for what it's worth, right? Because this other field that then went through and then tried to go through, and then how this creates this resonance cavity, it means that these electromagnetic fields are collapsing and sticking in a node antinode kind of like way that are trying to self-balance off of this output's total energy requirements. Which basically means you stick it to like a load and it goes, I no longer am full of all these electrons, I did something with it. Okay? And then that did whatever it did with the field even bullshit, right? Like I talked about earlier. It then all of a sudden meant that it will drive a little bit more, right? So it took a force over there from this battery-like force, total, that's like a flywheel battery of vibrating natures. And it goes spring into the thing, right? That goes wah, 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 and it does something. Literally what it is. I know, but they're like, what did what did wah, 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 what did wah, 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 wah. And of course the story continues. Maybe I'm a little, maybe I'm not. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what's going on. So we then gain that as a pulse that goes through, but it doesn't technically. But the problem is I did actually. I created a reverse coil because I connected the top here, right, with itself. And so that little loop goes all the way down, and it goes, yeah, no, I created a slight fuck up on this. Suddenly I have a bit of an electromagnetic field that's kind of going a certain direction, effectively. And then this little guy goes like, well, there's a pulse here of like squirt that way, I guess, basically, because it started up at the top, right? But there's a weaker one now at the bottom that goes like, yeah. And so that pressure wave then goes like, whoop, to that other pressure wave that's coming from the top, and it goes whoosh, 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 kind of like butterfly wings, bumblebee wings, right? That go really, really fast, and they create these little vortexes. Okay, they're really cute, love them. But nevertheless, this effectively created that over and over and over and over and over as it started to create an electromagnetic field. Except it was in many spots, and then it started going down because this one went like and got bigger. At the top, okay? So then that goes like, and it kind of angles more down, right? Right. Now that little thing at the bottom goes like, I'm going to stick out, right? But then this little thing went like, yeah, no. And then as I went downwards, I went all whoosh. And then I went boom. Again. Like I get all big over here, you know? I'm like bubbling around, right? But as it does so, of course, the big one comes down. So it went boom. And so that went like over off to the sides a little bit and a little bit forward. And then it curves down. Then it goes back into the bubble. And then that kind of snaps around and goes around the sides. So it goes like a tidal wave, right? You know, and it goes off to the sides, right? And it kind of curves downwards and kind of like those helmets, but then that doesn't really quite happen because remember that balloon, and then I got there's lower amounts, and then that fast. So like this little coil across the tips here of the wings, if you think about it, like the little bubble that's there, that's kind of oblong, or like a jelly bean, right? It then goes whoosh, and comes off that direction, okay? But the one at the front then goes all like, well, you're thicker than over there. So I go whoom, 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 whoosh, right? So I go over and I crash at the tip of the wave, and the wave starts vortexing, getting all loggy, you know? But then, since that was already going this direction, right, like that wave, right? Yeah, goes off to the sides at the wingtips. It's like whoosh, goes off that way, right? So it comes around and goes boom, 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 and it starts heading up because that joined in with the other one and then caused a diagonal and then a vertical direction. So it goes diagonal and then a vertical, and then it starts going boom, 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 as it breaks up and it fills up all the things, and it goes upwards as a other rotational ball-like, but then that kind of ends up to become these little smaller rotational, you know, wah-wah logs, effectively, along the coils. Right? But remember that front part that crashed over it and it kind of came in? While others went, I'm just going to go right through. So like a few little filamenty things went through and it crushed in and it speared it and then it kind of split it a little bit. But then this one went all like, whoosh, right? So it's all coming back in, and it goes, rotate, rotate. I was already heading this way, rotate, rotate, rotate. And it goes, crash, right back in. But this is already there, remember? From the sides? So, like, that then joins into this, boom, goes back up. But there's a boom, and so I go back down. Okay, so I snap back around, and I go right back into the coil itself. Now that then creates these are the holes to your volt and amperage of the expansion and contraction of this material. So as it tried to, kind of keep this compression going, right, it expands. But that expansion then means, well, I mean, of course, the compression that was there got warmer, right? But it's like, wait, what? I thought then, wait, because they're node antinoding. Oh, no, they still went somewhere. The movement is still there. Yeah, see, like it started over here and it kept going this direction. And there's less over here. And so it just goes and slowly gets over that way. Turns out, it's one of those things. But we don't see it that way. We're like, dumb creature, measure this way, ba 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 ba. It's only a slight lower amount of what I think it should be. Oh, is it? Uh-huh. So it goes in to fill some of these gaps, right? But then that expansion then gained in expansion. So it was going to expand a given direction, but it didn't. Instead, this went, yeah, but what if I just already... And it was good to go. And like this went all, yo, what's up? I remember you were going like, but like, what if I helped you do like this? You know what I mean? Because like they're coming through like that. You know what I'm saying? Right? And so it all goes like whoosh through. And all the movement gets kind of stilled a little. Except it goes the same direction. The one direction that really hasn't changed. Where the output of this electron, little squirt juice, comes out. Goes right up to that connector and it goes, yep, over here it is. What? Whoosh, it just goes right through. Right? Now, that was my way of getting around a problem issue with AC to DC conversion, right? One is just the fact that it's too far away. It would be far more efficient if I did literally a lot of other things than that. But despite that, the second one is also, oh, yeah, so I don't fucking know how at all to do this. So this is what my thought process is here. I'm just imagining it like this, I don't know any way, shape, or form how to solder, so I'm just gonna like hope for the best. I know calculations, it's not too bad. It goes through about this speed. You know what I mean? Etc. is on that one. But what the funny part though is, okay, is that is very much what it works. That's the thing. Like, it works. That's the funny part, right? Like, it shouldn't work, but it does. And people go, this is asinine bullshit. But no, it does work, and it will work. It might suck to have to hear it, right? But, like, no, it does work. And it's fucking decently efficient. It's in the 90-something% range of conversion. Apparently capturing it before it over resists, essentially by being too thin of a gauge. It goes, yo, what's up? I got you. Also, all this heat, whatever. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, oh, no, it works. Yeah. And it's really a lot more efficient because it's so much smaller, for what's worth, of a gauge. It produces a much more... This is what I started off as, though. Okay. Before I started recording. Right. Where I was going, alright, well, voltage, if you think about it, will just kind of make a field here in the electron orbit, right, to field connection. But then that field kind of pushes down on it. But it's more of an electron that tries to get in, right? But when that happens, okay, this pushes down the other electrons, right? But they're already moving and wiggling and jiggling on their surface. So this pushes just so, and it'll jump over. But because they're already kind of like, yo, 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 I could be buddies, okay, they're able to go push in at a time when it was going and becoming this back and forth, okay, that then slung it forward. It slings it forward, and it does this little happy little, I'll just go to a lower orbit. Give me a second. Because then that goes back. It goes, yeah, hi there. Yep. Yep, and there we go. And I tunnel in behind. Is what they went with. I didn't go with that. I mean, no, it didn't tunnel, it just moved because, of course, there are already fields, and you introduce something to that field, which is just a fucking, the wiggle. Anyways, point is, yes, there you go. The balancing is a more compressed area point of it, because you need that to balance a big relative constant movement of trash and a ring that's more of a circle. So it has to fling itself a little bit every so often and come back. That way it doesn't crash inwards, right? And it gains a pumping action to its given song and dance with its nucleus, right? Which is one of the reasons why we move on from any of that and say, okay, so that moves through, it goes back in, okay, and then it outputs. Now, why does it output specifically, right? Like, this is this thin gauge and whatever Ohm's law for gauges of Y or so on, but they should all still more or less go the same way, right? My line of thinking went, it's fucking phenomenally easier to join something that's already heading away than it is to go and get just right in the right spot of this song and dance back and forth over here going on with the positives. Because of course the coil still talks to the resonance, of the electromagnetic and electrostatic forces going on. They were just fields, though, that expand and contract. They whee, and then they capture and they go back in the direction of travel. Fun stuff. But the reason is, of course, exactly not that to others that apparently have all the things, they know everything about all electromagnetic and electrostatic, and they're engineers of all the sorts of all the electricity of everything that has ever evered. And I went, no, okay, sure. Let me just go describe quantum physics to you again. Doesn't matter. The point is that field to field, because it still does extend outwards, it's just different. I wanted to talk about this because it's like voltage is like this amount of push, right? But it's like on this smaller coil, the voltage became a lot higher, right? As that happens, it then creates a longer area because that went in, other things come down, but then that also yeeted, effectively sprayed off onto the side, this other area. Think like a smoke ball, if you will, that then travels around this circular path, and then that fires off a bunch of these little fields and pressure waves, okay, into that area. Simple stuff. But what's in the area is, of course, this other decaying negative to the AC, right? So it tries to collapse inward, but then it bounces off, and then this gets that, and it goes, oh yeah, no, see, we're both basically the same. Yeah. And the negative or positive charge, depending on how you look at it, repulses each other. And they go, nah, it's easier that way. Yeah, it is, isn't it? And off to wherever they're going to go, they go. Okay? Now, the other side is, it's fairly easy just to get away with a coil and another coil. You just wrap the coil slightly differently. And you need different, intersection points for what's worth. Now, if you have a regular induction coil, you see, all right, then to get a DC out of it is the same coil. But now there's a smaller coil that's on the inside and a slightly larger coil just only on the outside in the middle. You'll connect the two, and it'll go boom, boom, and in only one direction. Okay? So it goes, boom, expands, tries to, and up in there, right? But it goes, yeah, but what if, boom, 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 and then it goes, yep, this way. So I'll take that way, and I'll fucking delay it a little bit, and then I'll send it back that way again. But it does so as a. Now, because those are two pulses, right? This is the two from the original that we're talking about. But this will come in handy for this thing over here that we just put aside. Okay? You need to understand, like, I put this over here into the, whatever that is. Just grab it, the conversation, just put it over there. Just let it grab it and put it on the table over there. Remember that, okay? Just do that. Right? This, back when we were talking about it, remember this? Let's come back to it. Come on. We're going to talk about how, obviously, the fun thing is, hey, this pulse has to go correctly and not be out of phase. Now we have a square wave. I don't want a square wave, right? I don't want an up and then it goes for this long and then it goes down. That's not what I'm looking for. That's stupid. That's no, I want it always the same amount everywhere. Because smooth flow equal better flow. So, this connector, right? Like, alright, what is that? Okay? And it's like, who gives a shit? This comes in after anyways. But, I know. So instead it turns into, remember this thing and then that thing? Remember, like, this can go over here and go over there, right? But it's like, yeah, but I don't really want to do that. Again, I could do that where I have a thicker wire and then I have this wire that then comes in over to the bigger wire, but it only does so when the first initial, right, starts energizing it. So it lowers the amount by creating a field where all you need is that thicker wire to have that field there briefly, and it needs to only come in at where that thinner wire a little bit further ahead onto the thicker wire at an angle and a little curve if you can, but it doesn't necessarily need to. It's just a flare I happen to work with that I happen to like because we're working with pulses of square. So it goes in and then it goes, all right, well that's tapering to a larger area, so like suddenly, and it's a lot harder to move all of this. But you know what I did? Whoosh, field, baby. Which means, right, I'm coming in hot with that field I just produced, and then I make another bubble around that, basically, because like the next pulse is coming in, but that's already more resistive, so it's resistive this way. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's like this smaller tube, as I'm coming in, right, goes all like, yo, what's up, pressure? And then I go, oh, yeah, okay. I guess I'll just go that way because there's also pressure over here. And then I energized this little tube, and it went over to this way. And then it's like, oh yeah, no, it's now lower pressure. Yeah, no, it's just way easier to go as like this pressure kind of thing over into this thing, basically. So it goes whoop, and then off to being one single pulse of those two combined moments. Right? It's like, okay, give me a second. And so then I did this more times down the length of this stupid cable, which didn't work and I hated it. So I went, all right, I'm going to get this cone, because I had like a fucking ice cream cone at the time, a waffle cone. And I went, you know what, that, and then I'll just do this and I'll weave it like that. And right. Now, what does that really look like? It means there's the bigger cable and then this thing, and they all come in at the right points, essentially, to go, yeah, that's bouncing frequency and field as it goes through to this, and this stupid bubble goes boom, 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 and it sends all this in acoustic resonance chamber wave to a constant, only this one single output all the time. It went womp 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 to womp 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 to until eventually it went and only that. Which turns out high flow resonators exist. Dude, what's up? Fucking car guys, why do you think I love you, man? Like, what's up? What's up, dude? Fucking looking great in your car, girl. Like, oh my god. Turns out, as other cables get broken out with other smaller, but they're basically the same gauge, it does cause this like other blooming effect, like little tiny little holes that then are also connected, and how they diffuse out that then gets captured and then rewraps it back in. As fun as it is to think like, man, it effectively is though. It's just we don't tend to want to say that, yeah. Because like that force exerted from that gas onto the actual structure is essentially what this is. If you were to put the force together to the gas, which is an acoustic resonance, then you would recapture its speed, right? But it would be in a smaller area. So it gained more force, right? Because its density got lowered because it sent that pressure into that, but that's heat. It goes, but that's pressure, okay? So it's lower density, so it gets to more density, but now it traveled faster, and so since it's more dense, because it travels faster, it needs to become less dense to be able to do that. And so now it then goes out with a pop versus a new. Which we're talking about because it's, but I want my force back, bitch. I have a score to settle with you. Oh, there's another one coming in? Oh, great. I'll just take a little bit from that then. Fucking bitch. I've got some friends. Jeez. Fuck, okay. So, it goes down. It gains all of its force back, but it gets stuck in this material. Because this material, of course, when it does this, is still moving a lot, and it's not cooled and helped to go back, it'll use something else to basically be like, yo, this is happening with me, right? And it's like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna fucking, holy shit. And it starts getting warmer too. So if you happen to plan for that kinetic, you can then use that as a structure change to the material. Now that structure change to that material then grabs that and it sends it as a wave of different charge values to this conductive element called a cable. Now, if you happen to put a couple of these structures together and you understand that it's not in a total complete fuck you vacuum, and you can put a vacuum in it and then can, you know, wrap around that a little bit, you know, just some diaphragms basically. You can now gain more because Earth has atmosphere, and we're going to gain a lot as a result of that and this thing called its electromagnetic sphere. It's a very small amount, but it doesn't matter because what this is I'm trying to cool my shit, bro. Like, get out of here, you. Leave me alone. Hey, what are you doing in there? I want to know what's... Hands of... Let me know. Stupid dumb fuck. It's always a funny joke, though. You know what I'm doing. Leave me alone. What the fuck? Trying to cool it here. What are you fucking on about, bro? Like, leave me alone. Oh, my God. What do you want? Just, you know. No, I don't. Oh, okay, whatever. Fucking So instead, it's like, okay, don't worry about it though. All right, it's all cool because most of the time we put that charge right back in. All right, so it's like briefly I was there, but really now I just have like this little thing, you know, little image, like a little, yeah, sure. Meanwhile, all up in there. Right, but it comes in further down in the cable. So this is over here on this cable, and this is over here on that cable, and what between that gives me a whole bunch of ways to absorb what's there atmospherically and that already there electromagnetic field. So as it goes through, it goes wiggle, 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 and it gets all this sudden, I just allow for this voltage to pass back in. The voltage that already I got from the coils, but then I also got extra. So that way, even though it's capturing 90, and then 90, and then 90, and then 90, and then 90, every step of the way, each and every time, until eventually, guess what? Atmosphere, and there's no way, and go fuck yourself, but I put some of this stuff in there too, on the diaphragm, bro. I went and captured more and said, I got over 100%. That's what that is. Oh, yeah. Which is great because I captured the majority of that recursively as it was already going to resonate as a pressure wave through this given shape, right, in this material. Then I can use that together with an amplification of a vacuum that then gets these other ways of holding the vacuum and tuning its pressure wave physically in the material to the diaphragm, which then also returns that back. But said diaphragm also has this material, but not like as much, okay? Then that allows for this change, which has a spring near the top, so think kind of like an hourglass. So it's like, oh, it's seated in this, but then this area then kind of grabs that and yanks it up a little bit, okay? Now that creates a really nice amount in these vertical areas, which are the vacuum below, that seal it now, create this tensional effect that's like a spring. That now amplify their signal relative to the hertz rates we just created. That's right, it's a bunch of acoustic waves, so then that goes out and in, and eventually that gives us a nice harmonic resonance of a large amount of movement, gives me a lot of voltage, right? Right. But of course that has to go somewhere, so we got to put it down over here while this went, but I'm going. As weird as that is, it kind of is sort of like I've been through some shit. I'm still going. I'm basically the same. Shit you not, but I'm wrecked and fuck you. I'm tired, bro. Fuck. Could use some volts, bro. Yeah, no, I got you. I got you. And off to that they go. As that change of compression and more than a very strong change of field, okay, which in this case is an electromagnetic, but it's also more charged because the electromagnetics are two different types. That charge type that's in these coils is still there, but it's mostly the electromagnetic field that we're using. When it gets to this small and it becomes really, really strong and it resonates the right way, it produces a charge. Because it compresses that little point and how we look at that. And then we went, the sensors are wrong, it's not electromagnetic, it's static. It couldn't possibly, the force is too high. But that's history for another day. Let's move on from that. We're going to talk about it being, surprise, surprise, us just kind of giving him a good old pep talk, and here's some fucking methamphetamine as fuck, bro, you're going to be up in there. Also, here's a stim pack, because fuck you. And I'll be fine. Holy fuck. Just spun around. Just, there you go. Oh. Don't worry, I got you somebody. They're like the perfect person right now in this time. It's going to be great. Then their kids are like over there. They went through it. And kid just gets going. Yep, they're the ones that are new. They got all the energy. Bum, 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 bow, 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 bow. And here's this guy just transferring some energy, you know what I'm saying? Here's some MDMA too, why not? Let's see if it works. Just try it a little bit differently this time. Ooh. Because meth isn't really like that. The point is like they need, a little, and that's what that is, right? So it's like, alright, boom, going, right? But that gets us our voltage, which is great, but then we also get our amperage. What we maintained was amperage, mostly, right? But that's because it's a larger wave, and every one of the little subatomic particles called electrons are moving on this, little orbital field the right way, the little surface effectively, just and a little under actually. They're just kind of going around the right way to kind of like, I have a little extra and I could give it out, you know what I mean? And it suddenly jumps out for some reason. Coming back, I know, right? Like, what the fuck? Alright, that's gone. Fuck, let's do this again. You know what I mean? Can I get something? Yo, yeah, here you go. Okay, oh yeah, well, okay, woo, yeah. And the balance act starts to continue again, right? But of course it's not perfect, so there's a little bit of extra wiggle jiggle. Nothing's perfect, right? But that then creates, hey, wiggle jiggle, okay, yeah, but I needed to. And you know what? This was like a good thing. I found somebody. I know I got what I need. I'm fucking doing it. You gotta carry on, kid. Look, these are the lessons I've taught, like all of my others. I'm not your first? Nah, man, you'll fucking get a lot too. I'll be back later, honestly. See ya. And he dies. Fuck. Thanks, Dad. Or Mom or some shit. Like, what the fuck, dude? Okay. Alright, well, you gotta do it. Fucking. Should he be back? What is this shit? Oh, hey, there he is. Hi, see? Told you. You find someone yet? Fucking. I thought they were gone. Oh, yeah, no. But, that's, definitely them, though. There's no way it's not. Same look, same accent, same knowledge. All the things are same. They definitely, that changed. Yeah, it's gone. And for sure, went through the whole thing, But, that over there, also them. So, it's what it is. All right, let's go. Anyways, as weird as that seems, that's literally what I'm talking about for, that coming back in, right? And then that gives you, effectively, most of it, and then some back. Which is great, okay? But, of course, there's always loss. But, whatever. Because that's over there in a bigger thing. It's a thing. Moving on. Conservation of information is maintained in momentum and all that with energy. So, standard stuff, easy all day to understand. Just moving forward to, guess what? Yeah, we got all of that energy back. And then some. With a simple connector that's been changed slightly. Now, they don't make these. So suck it up. Because, in fact, you can basically do this, if you want, yourself, with a driver that runs off of piezoelectricity or a magnet coil system that you must vacuum a little bit and still be able to, use as force multiplier, basically, if you will. And you can put that in a breadboard and actually get a AC to DC conversion that uses that as a effectively Stirling engine that works off of the acoustic resonance and the air pressure around, which isn't too bad. Now, why did I think of this? Because I wanted to know how to convert AC to DC, and they must do it somehow, because there's no way that they would just intentionally lose, so much electricity, right? So I went, how the fuck does this work? How, actually the fuck does this work? How the fucking fuck does this work? Also, AC is already hard. It's just like a from one point to another, but then it slowly kind of creeps this one direction. Kind of like when the wheels are rotating on your fucking guy's gonna kill me. Guy in the other lanes, his car that you see reflecting yours from the window, dude. God, you're close. There's no one there. It's just hey, guess what? Now we're in a scenario. Let's use our imagination. Come on, let's use it. Little neurolinguistic trick, okay? So it's all right, let's do. So you kind of forgot about all these other fields, right? And it just seems cool, yeah. But hey, guess what? They do this with tiny little wall warts, and I'm like, that's cool. Yeah. What if I said fuck off? And I went and did something better than that. This one gets into the really crazy shit, right? That basically says, if all you do is have a literal square that then has another square attached to it, that's just with the other material in between it, shaped the right way and made to be resistive and conductive the right way, all it does is auto transmit. Yeah, it does it already, and then we have a big square fucking Stirling engine effectively, right? But it's a bunch of piezoelectricity. If you don't know what charge is, charge differences, that's piezoelectricity. It's just negative and positive. Negative on one side, positive on the other. Kind of like a really ultra small magnet, okay? But it only gets created when you press and do something to it, right? Heat's the same, for what it's worth. Heat expands, and then it will cool off as it bleeds it off into something else. So it's the same thing, just slightly different, but it will also work with electromagnetic fields, as that works as a very small version of the pressure wave. That meant you can get away with this tiny little thing that isn't even really printed at all. You just spray it with the right little connective wires that are around it, okay, and you're done. As cool as that is, though, right, it's a powder coating technique of one side and another side, and these get fairly close, and then you just clean them. That's all you do. Yeah. And then you clean another version on top of that, and you clean another version on top of that, and you clean another version on top of that. But how fucking fast this is, it basically means you just pull it through from one side to the other, Done. Here's a fuck ton of them. They're cheap as shit. I use quartz just because I said, fuck it, why not? That's right. I'm not kidding. I just went quartz, heat, press, done. Alright, move on. Spray, 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 spray. Done. It's conducted where it needs to be, and everything's good to go. Piezoelectrics, by the way, quartz is a piezoelectric if you didn't know that. Alright, but when you spray something on it, right, while it's still somewhat warm, okay, and it's electrifying, that means you get different ionic to non-ionic bond states depending on your resonance of how you deliver that electricity. Which then, when you put the next thing on it, cools it off, and then it does it again. And so each state of how they connect in between these little balancers, which they can move in between each field, kind of orbiting like Pluto with its moon, to, hey, don't worry about it, schlub fucks, explosion quasar. I am just ionic. You wish you could be like me. And it really holds shit together, like really, really tight, but it's like, I exist as the same for you over there and for you over there. The quasar sends out, you know, really fast little gravitational waves, and they're like, yo, what's up? Hey, I'm doing this. And it blends all the way back to, it's the balancer, the quasar is just kind of moving around in this fucking stupid circle. Fucking, okay, quasar, we get you. Right. But we also have a whole bunch of other ones which are really kind of different diffusal fields. There's a metallic ionic, which creates specific ordered structures. So like the balancers are really just this direction consistently or more consistently, basically, with each other. And so they'll form almost like that fractal recursive food that when you eat, you go like, oh yeah, no, it's just a bunch of these little things going down. Yeah. Right? But like, don't worry, that's not a bad thing. And in fact, in this instance, that's actually a good thing because, well, that's kind of why they stay there. But they're technically going to be all like, yo, what if it was a fermion? And they didn't. And that's why they kind of like go blah, 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 to each other kind of regularly like this with this frequency, yo. And I would go, yeah, that sounds like something I'd say, so it's probably right. As they're crashing out from being a fermion into an actual more locally real, briefly, to a non-locally real, we can't measure without breaking it thing that's just one electron, but that's actually more like two electrons that bounce off, and then they come back and they go like, yo, what's up? And I'm a black hole, I guess, now. And it's like, yo, I thought it was a boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. As we now got the frequency that it's starting to produce as it goes around and then back, and then the arms go around and back. You know, it's always kind of doing this thing, you know. And boom, explosion, back in, boom, boom, explode. You know what I mean? And the arms come in, boom, you know what I mean? That's why they're like so fucking strong. There's like just so much extra shit heading back together, you know what I mean? Just like that one type of universe ending theory, you know what I mean? I wonder why it comes back up for some people, you know, where like the big crunch happens, there we go, bang. Except actually, guys, it was more explosion and then bam, and then, oh yeah, no, I guess, boom, what's up? So, from there, of course, right, we go, alright, well that's a bond, and then this is ionic bond. It doesn't have that kind of, like, you know, problem with its distance and everything, so it doesn't really bond like that, right? But like the other ones are more like, yeah, no, I still do it though. But it's not quite like that, you know what I mean? right? And then the covalent's more like, yo, I'm just like a couple planets, and then sometimes I'll go down even further, and then I'll be like, yo, what's up? These are my lower planets. And then like they'll start exchanging some of their lower planets. And then sometimes they'll get like a couple more planets, and they'll start doing like this vertical, like little jumpy guy. That's an inductive collapse. Basically, it creates this electromagnetic field that then creates another one of them, and the other one kind of goes like, yeah, I guess I'll just join in with you as force. And then it goes, whoomp, over this way or that way or whatever. Point is, that means it goes, yo, force, and whoop, and here I come back. Oh, yeah, whoop, and here I come back. And yo, wow, whoop, and here I come back. Remember, all things will remain inside. Except everybody knows, man. And I'm also going over there. So, like, what? You don't know nothing. We'll be together forever. Fucking what? We weren't that close, though. Turns out some, like, other things can come on and, come along. You know, they're coming on to us, and they're just coming along over there. Well, that guy's coming along. And they kind of mix and intermingle, and next thing you know, the four-way kind of split us up. Really wasn't gonna work. I didn't really want to be there anymore, man. Come on, jeez. Fuck. I'm like really happy. Aren't you too? Yeah, generally. Okay, there we go. All fun stuff, right? It's like, why doesn't this work with these materials that we're using? And it's like, oh, well, they're fucking like, dude, fuck off. Man, it's really hard to not be connected to me, basically, in a lot of ways. You know, they always seem to connect the same way. I tend to shimmy and shiver and expand and contract the same kind of ways. Kind of lattice-like, metallic perhaps, I don't know. More often than not, they happen to have that kind of shape to them that is very conducive to moving electrons along certain lengths and pathways, which happen to induce specific fields. Now, once you get into a metallic, you then can make an alloy of a said metallic to then create, on a molecular level, these obvious things for shapes of geometric, flat, so on. And now you have, whoa, your nerves. Bro, what's up? They can heal too. These bioorganic structures are electrically conductive, yo. What's up? How does that work when they're not like tiny little fucking atoms just put together? Like the same ones over and over and over. That do this. How could they know? Well, they start talking to each other already, you know what I mean? They get together like, what's up, I like you, let's stick around. And then they do, permanently, hopefully. We don't know. It's really more like never they don't. But they do somewhat for a while. Which is not so bad, right? But if you want to know, it's like, behold, remember that structure I was talking about that they create, with those bioorganic molecules? Well, tiny little metallic ionic bond dude is all like, yo, I got it already, don't even worry. I also want some electrons most of the time, so like, yo, if you wanted, I got you. See what I'm saying? Do, 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 do. So, as fun as this is to talk about, of course, Right? It's like, oh, well, so, but then you get more force from that heat. Yeah. And in fact, light can heat it up, and it's more efficient at being able to make that little band gap frequency they talk about work when it's a piezoelectric in a transistor like that then happens to have a vacuum that happens to use the resonant frequency acoustic resonances to a larger total ballast called a, backing, like solar panels or cells on a big old panel. You know what I mean? Yeah, right. So it's like, that's cool. Don't worry, bro. I got you. I know what's up. I know some friends, dog. They're gonna love you. I guarantee it. Like, you just gotta send out the right waves, man. You know what I mean? And then so they do, and they like, yo, boom, 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 boom. And then there's like an orchestra over here going, as they're moving and changing and grooving and doing their thing, circling around and fucking definitely singing to each other. Very static, tick tack toe, tick tack toe, tick tack toe. They always have a somewhat metronomic beat, but you know what they flow around as? Fuck you, Vortex, bitch! Fucking damn it, come back here! I fucking, hey, where'd you go? Where's this? Fucking damn it! Where are they? Bang, boom, bing, ding, bong, boom, whoosh, whoosh, boom, bong, ding, boom, bong, boom, 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 boom. Fucking, right? We're just swimming around in that, just fishing it up. We're fish, just fucking breathing it. But they're like, yo, hey, the field, there might be something there. Oh, really? As, yo, I'm putting out some feelers. Gets places, bro. Places. Let's set up. The viral moment is going. Let's go. So, we're like, all right, we're looking around, we're doing our thing, we're fucking grooving, like we're pumping, we're doing a little bit of fucking, we just gotta make sure, like, what's up? There's gonna be fucking people I might want to know and talk about things with. I gotta make sure, you know what I'm saying? I look good, I smell good, I fucking feel good, I'm fucking doing this, let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. All right. Hi there. How are you over there, You wanna know why I'm so weak? Because it's fucking not easy. They're just whizzing by at the fuck. Hey, you wanna slow down, motherfucker? Maybe slow. Whoa, that guy got caught. Wow, he's just fucking going over there. Oh no, there you are. You're back. Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. That was a doozy. I love that. Let's do that again. Nucleus, just fucking going. That's one of mine. That's my guy. You know what I mean? That's fucking one of mine. Not yours. Although he'll be yours soon. It's the whole thing, Right? So it's like, all right, cool. What does this really mean? Of course, it doesn't really mean much of anything except for the fact that light is coming around. I was only talking about this fluid called, our atmosphere, right? But it's like, don't worry, light's also a fluid. It's cool. They know each other. They've been knowing each other for a really long time. It's all good. You're going to get to know each other. They don't get a choice. It's just, they're coming through. You're just going to have to deal with it. What the fuck? Why? Oh, what's up, man? I'm just, kind of coming around and, bye. Like, there was a lot of partying in this little area, just like bum bum bum, you know what I mean, like that kind of thing. Like it's like fucking ant, man. Boom boom, the fuck is this guy doing over there? Fucking don't worry, there's another person over there that's also fucking we're jamming. You don't know. There's a pressure wave. You don't get it. Fucking. Got their little fingers out. They're just like twiddling right in front of their face. You're like, yeah, this is my computer board. Yeah. Beat it! Beat it! I must beat it! Right? But they're like on the inside, weirdly. I don't know what the hell that's about. But if you actually look at that, it's like there's a little tiny frequency just fucking going through them really fast. Just bouncing. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, bing, 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 bing. See what I'm saying? You know, like there's a whole fucking song here, bro. You don't even know. It's a whole thing. But it's like, yo, I gotta cool it just a little bit on that. So it's just like, steam. And it gets all up in the business of like, yo, what's up? Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, yeah, dude. What's up? Hey, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And like someone comes around, yo, I kind of like you. It's like, yo, I kind of like you too. Then there's this other thing that's like, what's up? Hey, whoa, dude, yo, looking cool. Coming on through though, you know, lovebirds, what's going on? And just moseys on by, yeah. And you see like there's a bunch of other photons just around doing things. There's this big long dude just off in the distance, like, what's up? There's like this little tiny dude. What's up, fucking damn it, dude? Yeah, fucking, oh yeah, fucking, let's go. I always seem to hit something, fucking, god damn it, fucking, fuck, ah! I'm trapped. Where am I gonna go? Oh, hi, yeah, I'm back to doing this again. This thickness, you know. Why is it just like the air pushing on me from something else? Where's the other something? What? Who's that? Anyways. Just gonna get going, you know. Nothing is grooving over here, doing its thing. This is what I was talking about before I started recording. It's like, you know, I kind of want to look like this. Maybe I kind of want to look like this. Maybe I kind of want to look like this. You know, I got to get out there, and it's going to be like a whole thing, remember? Like, I really want to look good, right? So it's like, no, not that. No, maybe not that. And boom! Out she goes, right? Looking fresh, fine as fuck, everything, fucking loving it. It's a party, fucking up in here, you see. Off to the races we go, right? Like, just fucking, yo. So, you like how I look? Fuck yeah, I do. Fucking, I really do. Let me up. I'm actually a little in there, actually. Let's go. Right. It's like, why would you do this with the DC? Oh, well, the light comes around and it's all like, bro, good job. Keep at it, you know? And like, yo, dude, this is my guy right here. You definitely need to be with them. What's up? Yo, here's some cocaine to help you out tonight. You thinking what? Woo! Yeah, you needed that, I swear. What the fuck? And then they're like, yo, what's up? Let's go. You know what I mean? So it's like, Yo, right energy, right time, right place, except never, actually. Sometimes it does, though. Works out. Like, yo, I had to do like a lot of speed dating, and I found this one. I'm fucking with bro. Also, like, yo, what's up? Here's this person for like helping me out, you know? Yo, bro, like, fuck yeah, I love you. Thanks, man. Fucking keep it real. Yeah, yeah. Next thing you know, there's like this person's like fucking parents back, just like, yo, what's up? See, I told you to be back. The information is conserved so beautifully well that indeed it gets made to become exactly what it once was. Skirting this bullshit idea, I couldn't make it seem like it was perpetual. And get more out of it. Which, by your measurements, says, fuck off, yeah, fine, it's still not though, but fucking fuck you. And I went, I'll take it. Fucking solved it. Not really, though. What I did is actually made a bunch of these different versions that are like that. That relate to movement and how, like, wiggle jiggle of tinier things that are inside of these structures for the atoms, right? So, like, a proton and an electron are made up of other little wiggle. It's a whole thing, yeah. Right? But that we don't need to get into. It just means that this then goes through these larger waves that we didn't really talk about. So these are huge, massive, long ones, right? To like little itty bitty. Oh my god! I just jump over there and I actually exist in between all of your shit, right? Like it's only brief little interactions, at best, right? But it's like these are off at angles and they're traveling. And they're really small. Like gamma rays are really small wiggle jiggles, right? Like that little wave, right? But it's like that little wave is really close to itself before ultimately, you know, you might see it. So it becomes something that when it goes through, it goes bing, bing, boom, bing, bing, boom, boom, bing, bop, bop, and then like a fucking electron usually goes somewhere and that we didn't want him to go. But like I was going over that way, boom, 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 fucking okay, fine, all right, I'll just go this way then, fucking fine. But for what it's worth, it's a whole other thing within regards to that. Then has bunches of much smaller little fuckers that also like to spin and dance and do all that, and then they create like a bigger one that's its own larger connective sort of thing that kind of gets wrapped into its own sort of shell, and you have a proton. But what that means is instead of like a string, we get space itself goes in a third dimensional moving fourth dimensional thing, a suddenly fifth dimensional us energy that now exists in a sixth dimensional space, which is our one dimensional, that then gets to a seventh dimensional and then a third dimensional eighth dimension. Which now we go, nice, look at this. Fucking what now? What the fuck? What? Don't worry, honey, I'll explain it. I'm glad you came out. It's no big deal. Right? You dressed up beautifully for me, and I am going to explain all the nice things to that pretty little head and brain and everything that is you of yours. Because that's how you'd have to see it. I know, right? Crazy. That eighth dimensional has a ninth dimension called our version of an entropeutic movement of, you guessed it, time. Even though it's not really time, is it? That's a whole other thing. But we're going to go back to like, well, there was space, yes, and it got wiggly jiggly with it, didn't it? How did that happen? Well, it started going like myself. And then it was like, yeah, I know there's like something I can do over there, you know? Yo, what's up, girl? Like, hey, what's up? Hey, you know, I'm on this other side, you know, I gotta tell you, it's fucking awesome. I'd love to get to know you, you know what I mean, man? Like, hey, what's up in there? Right? It's like, don't worry, I got friends in there. I'm gonna make sure that they kind of help you get out. You know what I mean? Just kind of push and pull. You know, like try and maybe get you some ideas about like what I might like and whatnot. You know. And of course, the rest is, oh, they eventually got there. Right? But it's like there was space. Yes, but in that sense, there wasn't any space, was there? As only I know that there's space. The thing pushing and pulling it. With a little help. You know what I mean? What's up in there? Hey. I know you're in there. So, you might imagine it initially as a whole, but it's not really, is it? Right? It's a singular point, but there is no point, because of course it's a nothingness that has nothing there. But it can definitely know itself is there, but the only way it does anything to itself is relative to this, that clearly wants it to be something, right? Entropy runs nothingness to go, hey, move a little, you know, head this way, do that, you know, just yeah, what's up? Yeah, you're coming now. Oh, fuck yeah, let's, and boom, and yeah, and let's go, and oh yeah, and fucking yeah, let's do it. And away we go. You know what I mean? So, long story short, clearly, as that's a very long story. It's like 14-something billion years. It's been going on, yeah? But, it's like, entropy clearly has a memory. That means it has a time. Right? It's like, well, yeah. That's right. It stores things. It has more energy than you might expect. Within itself is the storage of all the information that it does to effectively make sure it itself is indeed it itself. So, if you don't know, I started with my left hand, and when I did the in, I started moving my right, and then I had my left finish it, and it landed on indeed, and I started up with my right hand and said what I said, right? But it's like, okay, cool, what does that mean? Energy went back from it, the nothingness, to then switch this energy out and moved it and placed it over here. Okay? Now that now means it's expanded a little bit, right? Like it was all no. And there's no real anything there, right, relative to itself. So it's all like, yo, I went from here to like a lower density place, and I'm all like a little bit bigger. Okay, cool. Right? But it's like, all right, well, that built up, and it did boom, 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 growing, and kept doing that, right? Until eventually it caught to be bigger again, right? And so it's like that little small to this little thing, and then that then had a, well, guess what? It's a gray hole. But some stuff got stuck, and then eventually it builds up, and it goes boom, and it'll come back down. But that means it's past the barrier. Okay? So it'll stay on that outside, and it'll just kind of come back in, maybe, but the majority of it kind of stays up there at the top. On the outside. So, just sort of this diffusal gas-like kind of area. Right? Then that goes, bang, boom, bing, bum, boom, boom, and I get a shell. And it wiggles and jiggles, right? That comes into becoming a membrane. Cool. Then that goes, whoop, and whoa, and then it keeps trying to do that, and it goes back in. But this one's different than the one that was over here in the center, or closer to, anyways. although it's multi-dimensional third dimension object, so that means it intersects itself in a multitude of ways. Really hard to describe that, because then we have to use like bending light from a given one single point of perspective, but there is no real perspective, so it all look blended together. But that's like what an infinity becomes when it's technically there because of nothingness. Like, it's really extra hardcore zero has become like all the things, and so that means it's for sure infinite as fuck. Inward, outward, all those things, right? But it's like boom, 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 boom. That's relative to itself. So it like starts putting from relative to itself as this thing that's kind of moving and getting influenced by that, kind of looking at itself and, you know, thinking this and maybe that and all that, right? And maybe hey, right? So it's like, well, cool beans, awesome, truthfully, and it goes do 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 do. And then eventually that gets stuck. Now, why does that get stuck? It's mostly because most of the time it's kind of going back into itself. So it's like, hey, I got that to get over to this side, and the hump has been made. There's a lower energy, and it takes more for that to start coming back in to itself, basically. But that means something has changed and shifted in its view. Right, so the view of itself has begun in such a way that this, and that has become different. Relative energy, relative size, relative whatever the fuck it is. It doesn't matter. It just means relative travel, information stored has begun as movement continues. We started from nothing, now we have still nothing. Right? But it's like, well, it's a slightly different nothing, and now it moves a slightly different way. Because it moves a slightly different way, that made it so it's a somethinger than the actual real nothing. So, it does it again, but then like this has different properties, because of course it came from that an initial area, and so it doesn't have the same energy, it doesn't have the same all of that. Yep. And then it goes boop, and out we go. Right? But this time it has more energy than it did before. So it was like, all right, well, you know, and then boop, and I go back in, and I go back out, and boop, boop. And so like every time it seemed to like just boop over back up to the top, and I seemed to get drugged back. So it's like, wee, and I'm there. But I didn't move, I actually just collapsed over into this spot as a relative energy constant of what was there. Except the first one did it, so it's it to nothingness right now. So we're like, yeah. What the fuck? Like, what is this about? What the fuck? So, as that does that, it goes out, goes back in, but eventually it gets stuck, and it's just sort of like, yeah. You know what I mean? So enough of it gets built up behind, it goes, and it goes out, and it goes through the other side. Okay? So she's doing the work. She's getting the work done now. Herself. She probably doesn't even know it yet, but she's doing it. Cool stuff, right? But as that goes out, of course, what happens is a change to both its shape and its density and its relative nature to what is still also on the outside and on the inside together at the same time, and all throughout. Now you have to think in dimensions with me, okay? That's why it's like, you know, it's a ball, but it's like, you know, a little different, right? If you wanted to, they're much smaller. But they're not. They're actually, that's not what that is. But they're technically kind of like that, for what it's worth. The movement of the lines. But it's like you have to remember that there's no actual energy here. The energy is the very thing that it started from that kind of flung it out a little bit. But then this, that's also there, that is them. Right? And so like this little itty bitty something means just enough. Just enough. But that's the problem with the infinite dimensional thingy here, right? It says it's solid and it's also nothing at the same time. Which effectively means within its version of information, it has space already. It made space by becoming a technical infinite. But that then tries to go, and so it's like, it's a little bit more force on the outside, I guess, trying to head back towards that one point, right? Well, yeah. But it's like, don't worry about it. That's it's just going to you. You don't have to worry about that. That's all good. So it goes whoop, and then like, oh right, but I got stuck, and so like that's kind of a pressure, but then this is like enough, and then like and then and it sort of stays there a little bit, and then enough builds up behind, and then wow, I can finally. So you got that one, and like that's the reason why it has to get enough to get to the point of getting out, basically, right? But then same thing for the next one, but that one they're always moving, so like they get drugged back, but they go boom. But instead of bouncing, it's a tunnel. So it's like, and collapsing by, and whoop, and I'm actually in a place that I can be over here. So it's like nothing's over there, I left nothing behind, and then all of a sudden, I'm over here. Except for all the information that was it heading backwards with everything else heading backward or its own direction they're in, right? Which it radiates out its own kind of pressure wave and vibes, bro. Like, what's up, hey, And it goes bang, but no, there's no bang. It's really more of a, well, and boop, I'm up here again. But because there's a lot of that starting to do that, then it goes, all right, well, I'll just head off towards this direction, which could be all directions. But if you want to imagine it, you're on the surface of something, okay, then it's like diagonal, right? But it's actually all directions. So it's outward and inward and all of those things. Right, but if you imagine it, that probably doesn't like make sense to us or you. So like that's all good. You don't have to do that. No worries. Okay. Right, but that then means it'll do it again, but this time it's actually creating waves outward. Right, so it's like, all right, well, I'm going to densify up into the shell, and then like these little waves go inward or outward, and then wrap around and press in together. That then create, you guessed it, your kind of outward bound field, so to speak, almost like an electromagnetic field filament of lines, but then not really, because it's both in and out. So it's a bubble very much that's always and all that, right? Eventually, one of them finally can go boop with a lowered resistance, and it'll mostly come back. Well, shocker, right? Sucks, but it works out to be that way. Still, okay, but eventually that membrane goes boop, and it rests on it. Eventually it builds up and it goes past that. It does it again, right? So it goes even deeper this time, or even further out, or however you want to look at it, okay? Because they're all almost technically all correct to use. All right. Now, that doesn't really matter though, because hey, that is a lot less stable. It just happened to be that there's a bounce that makes, or that resonance and that movement go back through in such a way that like, oh yeah, no, I can get a little bit better. But this is actually where the first start, where we started with our, we basically did farted in the through our membrane, right, into reality, right? Like woo. Okay. But it's like, yeah, but like there's these little itty fucking barely a thing things. Right? So they're like more solid, you know, just like over there, right? The one that we first created. And then these ones, like little tiny things that are even, I guess, technically getting into in-between spots. Between this massive thing, which, by the way, has to be massive, but also almost next to nothing in terms of any actual space or time or anything. So it looks to us like an infinitely dense, infinite energy point. But to it, it's like, yo, yeah, fuck you, man. Trying. I'm gonna grow big, I swear, okay? Like, leave me alone. And now we have a universe. That's right. But it's like, not really, actually. This is the area that it starts making as those fields then get corrected, as those are vibrations of movement, towards this thing that finally stays in for once. However that works, it stays in. Now, how it works is even statistical probability it'll get there, right? But it's like, it's there because of probably different densities of vibrations. Things change eventually over time, and it goes, all right, I'm in. All right, but then that has its own little thing. But let's just stay here right now, okay? Right, then that says that those that try and go further, well, they can, but then I'm going to also have this that makes it larger and larger and larger and larger as little itty-bitty things start popping in and going out, and then that can become controlled to becoming a greater and greater, larger area that is separate spatially, has created actual space now, not movement in a hyper fuck off infinity dimension thing. But it works really exceedingly well, actually. Just got to imagine it correctly. That's on us skill havers at this point. So it's like, all right, moving forward, we now have volume, real volume, separate volume, the volume of volumes that volumes, a lot of volume. Okay? Which is great. But despite us having that, right, our V, all right, okay, we've got it, okay. V for volume. We now happen to have the fun part, which is not quite as fun. We have to wait around for fucking ever. It sucks. It's like the worst. You know what I mean? Like, we're waiting for this inner part to like grow a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, that's a whole thing. But you want to know why? Because it's like, oh, I'm tunneling in from there, and like then I get stuck into this other thing that was there. So it's like that has gone into what is that little first one that then started growing a volume. Right, but that's only as a direct result of there's too much. It's unstable, and then like a tree where you yank on one of the leaves that's full of a bunch of water because it just rained, it rains down. But because you're also pushing up, and then this is also, which is all directions counter to this, is like a destructive interference, except not really. It's all infinite random chaos with all infinite ordered destruction, all the things at once. That's sort of the problem for people that don't understand how a hyperdimensional infinity thing works, because who does, right? It's all of that, but technically not, because the nothingness is for sure big kahuna. Let's get it right here. They started this shit. You're fucked if you think you can get around that. Okay? So there's no way. Alright, so it goes boom, 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 and that changes how this looks to it. So this goes like relative to, and then boom, that volume becomes a really, really big deal. There's still a little bit there-ish, maybe. It's one of those things where it's like, however much and whatever it did, it's this that did exist and still exists technically as a energy and spatial combined now into our thing that is now separate as it went like this the right way, but is still very much connected to the nothingness. Like, you're not getting out of it. Yep, you're getting it finally. So that thing grows, right? But like that closes off, and then that's like a cinch off point, whatever that dimension is. You know what I mean? Yeah, whatever it is, that inner, outer, however you want to look at it. That is kind of like, yeah, but I don't really have anything. And in fact, this kind of stopped that permanently. So, bro, you're not, it's just, fuck. Which is the opposite of us, which now have a bunch of flowing through from that lower membrane, if you want to think about it, but it's closer to the real nothingness, right? So it's like, that's what that is for point of reference plane on a dimensionally infinite thingy. That is not a cube. It can't really be a cube, as an infinity is an infinity, and whatever its shape really isn't a shape, is it? Right? It's like, so it's a thingy of some sort, whatever, I don't care. Imagine it however you want. But a cube, I guess, you can't really imagine it as a cube, though. Or a sphere. Like, I try my best to imagine it more of, I'm just zoomed and enhanced, and it's just like this little fucking, one spot flat plane on my fucking goddamn, like, monitor, and there's an upper and there's a lower spot, and that's all that is, because it's about direction of travel, and everything just needs to eventually get to where we're at. That kind of thing. So the direction of travel here is, guess what? Yeah, just that way, towards where we are. And let's not worry about that other thing, which is definitely not where we are, and it's going opposite to where we were, but then it's also just sort of stagnated, and other things that are there on that side are really getting interacted with nothingness as well as their own thing, and then that'll have their own version that also has, except it needs one first. If you don't get one first, you get nowhere. It's far more likely you get to one. Far more. But that's mostly because of how fucking likely it is dumb shits inside of what gets created as it goes through this final process of us here. Right? So we're going to get to us where we are. Alright, so this is it, and then essentially more energy blooms, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, but to nothingness it's like, sure. But to us, it's infinity, but only 99.9 repeated percent of it. Turns out it's never infinite. We just round it off because fuck you, no, I'm not writing 0.0 repeated ... 1 every time for the remainder. That's why a lot of people get infinity wrong, right? But we're on a technicality even infinite because we're at nothingness. There is really, I don't think you get conceptualize nothing. But when it is like that, that means it is infinite. Very much so. But only at a technicality. Exactly. And it has nothing to relate to itself other than itself. So it's now building up an infinity related difference. That's right. It has to go, you're different right now. However, that's, let's go. You know what I mean? So, the direction to that final point means it's expanding, but it's actually just trying to expand and still expanding, right? But eventually it hits a zenith plateau. Okay, so that means it's not going to do anything. It's statically kind of just diminishing returns, growing. It'd be an infinite amount of time for it to finally go up a little. Right, in terms of its total size. Which means, yeah, it's not going to get there. It doesn't need to, though. What's lucky is that other side does like to go through, and then that interaction interferes with this thing the right way that goes slowly but surely, boom. Now, the reason why it goes boom is because while the expands to nothingness here is nothing. Haha, right? Great pun. I love it. If you're like me, then right? But also, that means if you don't know, keep thinking about this. It's such a weird concept, though. The membranes have smaller little fields that are elicited and bigger ones, and there's a whole bunch of smaller little particles, if you will, that start to come in, and they bloom and they create their own little gaseous, nebula, whatever, bounce as well onto themselves thing, basically going on. And then they fall back, but then some will head towards the one thing that seems to, for fucking whatever reason, is still up there. And there's going to be eventually a couple others that will either group up together and create one as well, or there'll be one that's just like it that starts staying up, but like this is way bigger, and so it's almost like gravity, and it kind of heads itself back, because of course it got that initial amount more from the higher dimensional or further in, or however you want to go with thinking about that, but that direction, right, that then heads back, and now it's more. All right, so this eventually kind of rubs up against it, and it's like, all right, I'll just sort of be here, for a while, I guess. And there's others that then start popping in, and then that eventually finally comes back because of how much pressure that is relative to itself, right? But also, really, that finally just kind of snaps back. It did it almost pretty early on, or like the very beginning of it going through the one time means it still has that backwards thing, right? But that then got cinched off the right way. Yep. That makes it so that springs back. So it's like yank, and I'm still traveling forward or further or whatever, but it's still kind of like this thing, right? But then like that cinched off and it went yoink. So it got however far that was as one hell of a spring, and boom, it's gonna come right back and smack that fucker. So a bunch of different little randomized Asians, I guess, if you want to think about it like that, of all these little tinier things and bigger things, and wouldn't you know it, it's almost like with nothingness, it eventually has boom to those things that are stuck together. Well, that comes in and boom. Now there's a dimensional point, of course, in between these, so it can expand into this direction. Okay. However, that means there's not really anything there, right? We're expanding into what it continued on and then collapsed and so on, but that collapse then drags in nothingness that heads in and also goes into the thing that then also had this try and basically force, and so it merges and it starts eating nothingness towards the direction of where we now are. That's right, we are still that initial first one that still is that membrane. That is the fact, right? But that means it ripped the fucking shit out of that and went, I expand with this information of being all the space, right? And you, who is a different type of space, and boom, with all this energy. And so now a big flume starts happening, it rapidly expands, and then we get suddenly the boom, 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 bang, bang, boom, 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 and a curvature, right, spin, start to happen to make a inflationary period of expansion much more rapidly. Then the inside point that looked like an infinitely hot, dense little thingy thing of something, point, I guess, whatever that is, because what is it really? I mean, is it a point? I mean, we go with a point, but is it really a point? We don't know what it is. Point is, though, this is clearly what it was, and it's not anything else. Which then expanded and went, and it eventually got to the point where we're like, and sprayed off some light that way, which wasn't a thing going on before. If you don't know, that means nothing over there actually had anything going on such that there are any of these little itty-bitty particles of losses, right? Or, fragments of little wiggle jiggles relative to itself. Okay? Which is fine. But what that does is it means, ooh, we're doing that, right? So that means our energy value changed. We got a lot more energy. We are going much faster, and we now have way stronger relative to itself that are actually way less strong to the things that are there. And in fact, actually even worse still, it's actually just straight up less strong, right? Like the amount of energy for a tunnel of a nearly infinite amount of distance and all that, and I find like a little, and then now I'm traveling sideways just to start making a membrane and a shell, is like immense. That's a massive amount of energy, actually. That's a huge, nearly infinite amount, right? Except for us, it's like, meh. Fucking, but we can't move our things. It's like, we can't test whatever that is. It's so small, whatever. And it really has nothing to do with this gluon. Look at this, okay? It's really small and way fuck off. Okay, that's really hard to do. No, I agree with you, but it doesn't change that this is smaller than that. And we have a different form, luckily, because we got to it. The switch, the sequence of pattern for why nothingness does this happened. We got an energy increase every step, but it changed what it is doing as a material property, right? That then altered itself to the point where, you guessed it, we have two different sets of space that then got a third to join in. So it's like this two sets that's the dimension, right, or that direction, that then has an opposite, right, to all that then happens to have enough pressure on this side to break into, but because of this opposite, that then collapses the right way at the right time to then make nothingness come in too, together with that dimension, while nothingness was also still there. Okay, that's an infinite dimensional thingy, remember? So it's like, nope, that's going to do a bunch of things as it goes to, relative to itself, this other thing. See, that's the fuck off in terms of, I can't imagine this thing. So let's go back to the zoom and enhance here instead of what it's actually doing, so that way we can understand things. Right? So, that little nice, okay, we're right there, we're going to just look at it like a screen. It comes in, it goes back down, and this comes in, and that's three different spaces between two, which is the nothingness. Then you have the directionality, that also is the dimension two, as they get stuck, as those two are treated as one, by the way, total, that has nothingness as a different directionality and total different actual movement and energy and so on. That then has you, the big ballooned up, almost to infinite, but you're never going to be, right? Little eggy guy, that won't get dude that you really are, right? That then has a bunch of little things, trying to slip in and do something rapidly. You know what I mean? Alright, so as that energy goes in, and it then changes how that relates to how this energy is coming in, to this energy that is spatial, well, that's also an infinite, right? Spatial. It goes, whoop, okay? And it expands rapidly. But instead of inward, it's the same where we started in that area. It's just that those got cinched off and changed and merged, fused, however you want to go with, into this spatial that it originally originated at. Nothingness still exists with inside of that spatial, and every direction it's going to go, and everywhere where it once was. So if you look, scroll up basically, or well down, I mean, get your thumb and flick it up basically. You then have the ability to see, oh right, that's the membrane, then it goes down and it goes all the way into that hole, which is kind of what you, I guess, could treat it as, except for the fact that that's just because you need to make it related to something somehow we can conceptualize, because otherwise what you really see is as it's a damn near infinite thing, which is actually infinite, but then it's like, that's only with inside of itself, but then the outside then is not. See what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, what's up? And then this filled up a part of the infinite, but now the technicality infinite is gone in a different way, but it still exists. So it's like that outside is going to get filled up, and that inside is also trying to be filled up, along with everything in between. Its whole thing is to and then grow and to become a, you guessed it, thing that is not nothing, right? Now, a person could maybe want to try and think it unravels itself, or it unspins itself, or it pops in, or however you want to go with. But in reality, it didn't do any of that. It's still there. The nothingness point is still that, and it's still this, and it's still the same thing. That's how that works. But that existed inside of an actual infinite that is a intrapedic force. Okay, that force saying some nice, said great words, all the things, got busy later, but nevertheless got her to come. See what I'm saying? And show herself by getting out of where she was. Cool universe, bro. What's up? I'm in it a little. So, wonderful stuff, as it often is, right? Which is to say that, guess what? Vibes do radiate outwards, pressure waves are a thing, as it doesn't really unravel itself, it actually just creates an entirely different thing that exists there. That's literally what that is. Like, and it's relative to the force itself, while it to itself too is different. See what I mean? Which means the force itself got a little in there. So you can't really get rid of it. That's what that is. But there are infinities inside of something. Clearly, right? Because not all infinities are just entropy. See what I'm saying? So it will fully solidify into being a infinite thing itself someday. Not right now, but right now it doesn't matter. It definitely can schmooze, man. Which is great, because that means all the way from that point where it went boom, right? We got to this point where I went, yo, what's up? And I explained this to you and the universe and actually how AC to DC converts, and that's how it relates to, yes, even a hyper-dimensional infinite thingy, which is a hyper-infinity dimensional thingy as well. And why you can get something from a nothing. How it can create a space and a time relative to itself and something else. But here's the kicker: nothingness isn't us. Nothingness is around and inside of us. Nothingness doesn't have anything. Even though we personified it, it actually doesn't have any real anything. Or fake anything, or virtual anything, or anything at all. It's nothingness. See what I mean? Right? So it's like, guess what? That little fucker pulled an infinite off out of it, fucking coasted to being infinite eventually. But it's not because it's 99.9 repeated, it's because it already is, on a technicality, very much that. Which settles the debate for all mathematicians of, does it? And it's no. Ever. Not ever, never, never, ever. But that means it will fill that up, and that will grow as well, which will eventually be, which I love this one, the grow as well thing. It means as it spreads, it does its own dimensional cube thingy. Right, well, not cube, but technically there would be that in there too. Point is, it's doing its own multiple versions of this. It'll just expand faster and eventually get to the point where there is a bunch of little tinier nothingnesses, right? That then smash into the nothingnesses. But they're a direction, right? And so then that goes boom again. So that does it again. And that makes more of itself as well. Nothingness is still a part of us, but nothingness is removing itself to turn into the big ultimate thing that it is itself, right? It's alive, it's there, it's trying to. Clearly, once you get to this point, guess what? Universe alive, yo, suck it. We are. You're going to have to deal with it. Can't create life unless it has something to base it off of, remember? So then this became us going, well, that's cool. I capture a little bit more, and it, uses effectively the fact that I'm going to continue going a certain direction, always having like energy around and continuing in any aspect to keep going and adding a little bit more back into itself. Which of course means when you design this with the right down to kind of quark, but not really, it's more just micron and millimeter size big guys. Swinging it back around, that's right. Remember when I was talking about how I use this to basically make a semi-perpetual? Well, charge at a smaller level can also be resonated into being another positive and negative as well of difference, which can go down and all the way back out. Which then means any and all given collections of those fields, or directional energy, or whatever in terms of related information to itself, it sticks around, grabs that, and adds itself back in, and continues using it. It'll always be lost, but it always makes more. Of course, like with us, I have to input some energy, food, to be able to go a certain distance, and then I have to do it again. Now, as I go a certain distance, I get better at continuing to get more food. And so I'll do it for longer. Now we're about 100 plus years sometimes of doing that. So it turns out a certain amount of energy in will absolutely do a certain amount of energy out that can continue growing and getting more energy. And keep that doing that for longer and longer and longer and longer until eventually you get to, behold, a problem for all of you physicists for the energy infinity recapture that then goes to an infinite. I gave it energy as an infinite force, fuck. Oh yeah. Get fucking ripped! Oh! That's why mine works better than others. And it hasn't failed yet. My universe theory, law theory here, breaks your ass down, bitch. Still hasn't failed. Suck it, suck it, suck it. Everything you've ever studied makes mine work. Everything you've ever seen and observed, sensed and detected, stored and otherwise, you living and existing, says I'm right and you're wrong. Suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it. You just had to see the signs and the patterns, man. You just gotta get gifted. No genius here. That's what that is. Like no Mensa, no IQ. I'm a fucking zero. Technically infinite IQ. If I went lower, I'd go to a lower IQ actually. Get wrecked. But that's because effectively doing this is, doable, but when we're talking about millimeters versus like I can get down to like fucking nanometers to do this. Little quartz thing I was talking about and everything. Yeah, I can absolutely make this work seemingly forever. It's not forever. We know that. Like, even in the vacuum of space, sure, there's a little bit of forces and how they will electromagnetically, I guess, still give it some kick and juice. But of course, it's what it is, right? It's just that. Yeah, and if something comes in, it will add a little bit more to it. But when you think about how I can then have that interact with itself, right, it really will go to the end, but then it has to then use what's there. And this is the only test that ever is able to do that, right? Like, you have to get to the end of the universe, fucking the real thing. It makes it so that things that are trying to tunnel it out actually continues making it move. Recaptures it and says, yeah, but what if I just and kept using nothingness? Boom! Get wrecked! Ah, yeah, new universe, suck it! That's right, information conserved, bitch! One single human or any fucking alien. Let's go. They got it done. Let's do it. We are the recursives, man. Why are you curious? Why are you intelligent? It's not just because you'll bond more, you'll work more, you'll be able to do more. It's not just because, like, hey, when you look better, like, and you don't have any fucking shit hiding, that fine-ass form, girl. Like, let me see where that laceration is. Let me see that. It's gonna heal. It is. It's gonna heal. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, no, you sexy. Don't worry. Let me heal you. We had to go, hey. Right. And that was effectively probably somebody. But not really. Most likely not. I was just laughing. And I'm trying to turn, like, my ass just also, like, fucking hitting my hand. I'm like, this is so fucking silly. But, yeah, basically, if you think about how we evolved, that's essentially what it was. We prioritized learning and being more attractive than anything else. The only real third thing was we fucked, like, all the time. We had letters, we had 1, we had 2, however many we get. Just do it. Just literally brute force through all problems by having sex and keeping this replication in a recursive like fashion of where we originated from continuing. That of course got alternated with what we have, you know, artists. It's definitely changed. Sorry. That then means we continue on and keep looking around, man. See? Eating, shitting, pissing, fucking, learning, growing, fucking, healing, surviving, thriving. Go, 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 progress over timing, progress over timing, progress over timing, progress over timing. The heartbeat, 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 heartbeat continues the tick, tick, tack, toe, stead, tick, tick, tack, toe, stead, tick, tick, tack, toe. Boom, 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 boom. From the initial difference from a nothingness in the center, if you want to think about it, that's a hyperdimensional infinity thingy. Boom. It still goes back to itself. It's also on the outside and in between us. So it's like right? We're trying our best. Right? We're trying our best to go like come on, what's up over there? Whoa, whoa. I wonder why it's so sublimely in tune and in step with a obvious sort of clear, consistent mathematical, logical, rational basis that can still actually, if you wanted to, have a thing that is the one last thing that can go through its, you know, little things that it creates on the inside or outside, however you want to look at, and go like, yo, what's up? Nothingness, how you been? See, remember that force I used to create you? Don't worry, you're still different than me. There's well and truly below this too. It's all good. I'm gonna be all up in there. Sexy hole girl. Right? So, regardless of all of that, it's just an AC/DC conversion. But then, if you know what you're doing for the wiggle and jiggles and how it moves around with something, it means a lot relative to itself and relative to all the things around it. Communication, sexual activity. A lot of these things are quite very well connected. I'm just saying. Are you sure you don't want to come out? Come on. Sure? Come my way. Come on. What's so bad? Get wrecked. Ha ha. Looks like we'll just die off. It was our first attempt, you know. Good old fashioned. Yeah, well, they got smart enough to try and keep a bunch of people within their like little area, and then like made everybody hate each other, and it kind of stopped the whole thing. Really prevented these smart people from running shit too. Too many dummies sometimes. I got sad. Guess we're not gonna make it. Yeah, most likely. But we could. We could do that. Could make a ship like that. Make it, you know? It's gotta live long enough. Is it that or biomolecular structure? Yeah, oh no, they can do that. Oh, okay. Why aren't we doing this then? I don't fucking know, man. This is stupid. You can't do that. You can't have fun. You're not allowed to, I'm gonna move on from this. Instead I'm gonna talk about how, okay, cool. That's pretty much it. That's your wall wart, but not really, because the wall wart's like fucking shit compared to that. Because they chose to just do like one material or some stupid garbage crud like this, instead of plating it kind of like properly or using smaller like nano-sized powder coats over time. But that's its own like how I input energy into the system and get it to kind of create its own little tiny electrostatic and electromagnetic forces that change the pattern buildup between the powders and how they'll angle and align themselves. But that means you also have to charge and then run a field through that powder, right? As it's just sort of suspended in a vacuum, more than likely, that then deposits the right way. I happen to use a vacuum. Not everybody might. If you have a good inert enough gas, it'll still work. It's just somewhat annoying, that kind of thing. And that's fine, because like who doesn't want to waste electricity and just like never put this around, like I don't know, a cable or something, or change how the cable is shaped and weave it a different way, and then use Lemke flow current and magnetic current to have a full 100% conversion, like on my YouTube. It's quite close to 100%. It's not a 100, but it's very close for what it's worth. But when you talk about like nothingness, well, that's a near infinite amount right there. So like, really realistically, you'll be just fine. You'll just get going. If you have that ship, if you want to help me build, right? Try to make you mortally a thing biologically, and eventually with like, I don't know, movement and energy that we call that for some reason. Are you sure you can't just come back, man? That doesn't seem true. What size are you right now? How deep have you got? I know you're not infinite like me. You know what I'm saying? Right? Nothing like a little eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat. That's what they say, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just like, yeah, that's the reason why it works. That's the reason. That's the reason why I kind of changed that, because it was like, oh, yeah, I know if I just change the coil, yeah, windings and the way it works, it's fucking AC easy all day, make into DC, not even a thing, right? Like it's like whatever. Yeah, it's easy. What, I don't have to care. And then it's, oh wow, yeah, I know it's really low efficiency and it basically exists right next to itself. These super small wires. What is this? 60 volt? Fucking get 60 volt out. Fucking plus. Don't worry about it. Let's move on. Except they don't do this. It's just the air acting like a piezoelectric switch as it flows and moves and changes its density and its alignment and spin to create its own resonance of various positive and negative charges. Turns out you could do it. Correct. Oh, yeah, well, fuck you, 100 conversion plus some. Yeah, no, just some coils next to some coils. They just want to be lame like this. Fucking, Why? Why do they want to be lame like this? I don't know. They want to think that the universe is like this. This is stupid. It's clearly not. It's not going to be that. It makes no sense. All the signs point to this. I have all the evidence. You already have all the evidence. Why are you wrong? Why are you staying with wrong stuff? Why are you doing this stupid shit? Why don't you fucking do what I'm enticing you intrepidically to do and become more stable and less chaotic, you little dummies? Huh? Why don't I communicate to you what it is that you're doing this wrong, as I can see and observe? You're doing it wrong. Others have been wrong. Yes. What are your bases? Fuck you. I like my idea. Oh, well, that doesn't change that this has more evidence. So I'm going to go with this. Whee! You know what I mean? Oh, goodness. Yeah, but then that's not the problem, is it? It's like, why did you want to say this? Oh, well, here's the destructive, disturbing truth. I had voices in my head, for what's worth, not really. Not that kind of thing, right? It depends on what culture we're talking about. You know, like, say it's more like this, or more like that, or it's like this, or it's actually your own thoughts. I don't know what the fuck to go with any of this, you know. It's just like I was getting this vibe. That's what I'm saying, you know what I mean? Right? Of like, hey, remember that, like, how does that AC to DC work? You never really fucking said that on your channel, and I bet you don't even know how. Well, let me tell you a fucking story, you know? About how you're wrong, and you honestly should shut the fuck up. You little fucking cunt-sucking piece of shit. 2 fingers, all that. How about, yeah, no, you're wrong. This is actually a thing that you could do. You're just fucking bad at it. Suck it the fuck up. It's okay. Deal. Here's how it works, clearly, all the way down to the basics, which, you couldn't just know that? Like, the basics of how reality is and why it moves and everything about it? Like, blind, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, challenge me. Here, ACD. Also, by the way, I totally get things wrong. Do not believe. Let's just not do that. Right? Like, just no. No, don't do that. Like, I clearly get things wrong. This is a thing. Let's not do this right now. All right? Like, it's all cool. We're trying our best. Okay. But, nevertheless, I just wanted to move on from like the whole AC to DC thing as to why I started recording this and what the fuck the point of all that was, right? Because it's like, this is actually how I imagine things often, but not always. Like, I have a different version for a lot of things, and I can always change it to whatever I want. But then, like, my imagination is a bunch of different blacks, densities of black. So like, this is a bunch of oil and water next together, and I move around like this. And that's why I think it's nothingness. That's my imagination. Perfectly still, 100% in all infinite dimensional manners. Because that's how I see things. Things go through me. Which is what it is. Okay? But despite all that, yeah, it was really hard, very hard, okay, for me to understand in any aspect, like, my own situation in therapy, together with a whole bunch of other things, right? Like, I have perspective, I can understand how someone's going to act and react, and like how they must be thinking and feeling and so on, right? But it's like, oh, there's just this weird disconnect. Because, like, there's that's you, that I know you are, and that I can see you being you, that is definitely the you that you are. I don't care how much you lie with these little twitches and everything else that show off everything you're saying is a lie. I know every little body language move that you do, and then I get to a point where it's like, I just have to fucking just say nothing. I know that you're just like this, and you're just gonna get really pissed off if I say it. To any number of other things, right? Like, everything is written across you, even trying to not do something and why that's a thing. I have no trouble discerning all of what you're thinking. Without even looking at you. That's a thing I can just do. That's why it's such a weird disconnect. I'm like, there's no way that's not you. I know the only reason why you're doing this is because we had that whole thing go down. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah. It's a relating thing, not possibly really significant, except we can't know or determine that. Yeah. Suck it up. That's not my fault. You're fucking blind as a bat, you little weirdos. Like, what are you? Like, just completely inert in those brain regions? Like, there's just nothing you can never interpret any kind of information? Nothing new can never be thought about? Anyways, it's a whole thing, because it's really just to go, yeah, no, I don't know. like I needed to understand things better in therapy, and I then just had to do a lot of meditation and help on my own self with my therapist and the coping skills and everything I learned over time, to the point where it's like, yep, you guys are weird. You guys are the fucking shittiest people. I hate you. Like, you're fucking really always lying. I hate what you stand for. A lot of what you think means this, actually, for how it's going to hurt you or others. I just don't like most of you. Like, I feel emotional, empathy, right? Like that sadness or that pain with you or whatever, but it's just like, knowledge is a brutal one. But it gets filtered through every lie you try and every bullshit you make and every fucking feign and feint of one emotion or another. To like, no, that's very genuine actually still. I can sense all of those things. See all of that. Know all of that. It's not hard. But it craters me. Right? It's like, fuck. Yeah, no, you suck. I am massively depressed from all of you often. Like what the world is doing, how it's acting, where you're coming from on this bullshit, how it is that you are hurt like you are and you don't even know it, to any number of like you're hurting others and you don't even know it, etc. galore. It's fucking shit. It's the worst. And it's like, I want to turn off and just go like, yo, I still like you though. I don't really care. I know you're trying. But every time I have to let it go, it kind of gets to me, right? And it's a thing. It's like, that's what that vibe is for like things online. Like, why would you make a conversion? I mean, I can do it inside of a cable. Literally, if I deliver it the right way with my Limke flow current, I can go from this AC to a DC swap that always delivers a DC at the right time, or swap it to the AC. So it's always there. It's an AC DC thing that's always going on, actually, in the cable. But of course, there's loss. Yeah, it's just that it uses like ohms resistance and how that works to actually produce this very specific thing, which then now has piezoelectricity in it, into the phasing, because of how you're resonating and inputting the signal. Not just like this amount of volt or this, it's like this amount of different voltages at these times and in these points and in all these ways that clearly change what it is that you're going to attempt to say that it will work because I'm a stupid dumb fuck that thinks something like this. They would have done it already. I'm not falling for the same trap that they are. I'm actually very knowledgeable. And so I do know without even looking. You're right. They've already done some of this themselves, but they're like not very good at it at all. Anyway, and why would you? I have to retool my entirety of all my fucking electrical grid. No, you don't. Just where the connectors are, but fucking okay. Lame, lazy bitch. What is this bullshit? I thought I was disabled over here. Oh, turns out you are too? No, I work here. What? Let's just take a look at all the amount of money that we save just by doing that. Because it's like point O's. There's a lot of O's and then like it depends, effectively. There's like 99.9, right? But it's like 9999999, a lot of nines efficiency, right? which means there's very little loss over time. It's not a superconductor, but it's very little, and like you just need fucking copper cables or some shit and the right connectors. So it's just like, why wouldn't we do this? What the fuck is this? What? We need superconductor. No, how about like this, fucking you stupid cunt? Just do this. How about you fucking not fuck around and we just do this? Because that's right, it can go backwards and forwards. It can also get split along any point during its cable length. There's almost no loss, and so like that's gigawatt hours over time, and not a very long time too. Like that's ridiculous. Like that within a year you'll easily pay all that back. Like what the fuck would be the reason not to do it? You put it into every single fucking type of electric motor, because like even then the type of electromagnetic field that can also be generated with this is highly specific, right? But instead of a flow current, that's a magnetic current. It's a whole other thing though, right? But I went into it with I should probably just actually remake that again. Doesn't matter. Point is, it's a cancellation, like a destructive energy, but then that causes the right rotation from the outside skin effect towards the inductive force in the center. There's a whole phasing in regards to how you input energy throughout the point where the connector is, which can be a little bit longer. Sure, there's little coils, yeah, but that's easy, and why not? What's the problem? So it's like, all right, so then it does this, and it then can have that on the other side do it the same way, right? And it becomes a lot less loss, right? But you can also do that destructively with 2 points on either side, right, that you deliver power in. That creates its own type of curvature to the electromagnetic field as a type of piezoelectric, and then actual piezoelectric, that then we also get the inductive and change of that field that then decays the right way to then bounce off and move as a inward bound to an outward bound change to that field of movement that then wraps back in and then goes back through, okay, the actual material. So the coils here would have that wrap back in the right way with the direction of both opposing sequenced, patterned, delivery of DC and AC. Or you can get away with just DC, or you can use AC. It depends on how you want to do it, but that's kind of what the point is. Yeah. So that creates a really strong field, but it doesn't burn up and create a resistive wire. It says, yeah, you forgot about this, bitch. I can make magnets. Yo! I can put effort in. Ha ha! Thermodynamic class is like, I'm around still. With movement. And then it creates an electromagnetic field. But of course we also have a coil, so that just constructively interferes a lot of those into a larger outright field. Okay? Which is great. But the problem with that is, I've never done this. Why don't work? I just told you. Listen. This is my Miss Frizzle's Magic School Bus, bitch. So, there you go. Alright, well, that's great. But then that creates a specific type of electromagnetic field that still aligns how you want, like a standard coil. Or you can use a non-standard type of coil with multiple smaller coils that then build up to this specific type of inductive, more directional, or more flowing serpentine switch resonant, right? As it'll go in a bunch of diagonals that crisscross between themselves and then go in and out through the coil, which is a type of inductive that can actually wrap back in on itself and then flow that one singular direction, which creates a very highly specific type of ordered electromagnetic field that's more of the opposite of trying to attract something that's ferromagnetic. It repulses it, but an electrostatic, so eddy current here, it actually attracts it. That's right. But that means ferromagnetic switches to like an eddy current, but it's more repulsive. Which is how I use this to generate heat, transfer information, energy, or more specifically, I used it to use all of my CPU like I paid for it. I said, this bitch is mine. I will fuck you. I know what the controller is for this electricity. I don't give a fuck. And I will now have it do what I want instead of what you're telling it, because I hate you a little. Okay? But this requires only this, and that's it. Programming, clickety-click, clickety-click. I eventually had to make a different CPU architecture altogether, but no, our regular does do this. You just have to phase it in the right way. So there's that, and then that can actually be a part of the program that goes, hey, this interconnect between this core and how it'll send electricity and it'll change some of the volt or amperage or whatever. But in reality, it's just an interconnect between that, so that way it can go through the transistor, right? But then that change of volt or amperage, which is really all it does as an if and or then, which is an inductive, which can lower resistance later on, which if it's just an exclusive no, like fuck you, unless basically these things. And then I go, deliver a little bit of extra that was basically here on this side. Which isn't cache, it's actually the transistor, but the transistor then acts like cache. Most people probably don't know that. Cache is in any way whatsoever non-volatile memory, which means it's very volatile. Right? But if you know what you're doing on that, which you probably do not know, that means you can deliver more of a constant flowing circuitry of switches within both all of the interconnects between every transistor and every core, and every transistor themselves as a back and forth. That then goes finally out that to your memory or another actual thing called a calculator, CPU, anything. A bunch of collections of transistors, that's all they are. So, if you time all of that correctly, you get the same thing with them, except now they're ordering themselves and becoming colder as a result of that inductive force and that resonance, as it captures that electricity and says stop trying to move that way and instead get colder and more still. Which meant I ran at incredibly high clock cycles and had control over all given transistors. And could do whatever I wanted with them and have them mean whatever I wanted when I needed them to mean whatever I wanted in those cores. So this one is also a 1010011 for all of these other transistors that'll go through, while it's also getting changed along the way. Now, while I'm talking about this, why it is because I'm making the DC to AC to DC to AC, and I'm flowing it by doing that around constantly in all ways, and it loses its seemingly, right, but it's not resistance. It's not. It's the same. It's just evening shit out, basically, and making sure everything works really decently well. And it says, yeah, I don't really have a core clock, so what is this supposed to do? Oh, right, it needs to deliver... What? and then now you have like a troll face on your fucking monitor. That's all it is. It's a signal pulse. It's a PWM, many of them in a certain sequence. Basically, it's like there's a pattern, and it means something to it. But because you can use different total voltage and different amperage, that means this is a 1, and this is a 1, and that's a 0, and that's a 0, and these are all also 1s and 0s going back and forth. Which means it can go as a sinusoidal now, where it goes up from 0, positive 0, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, positive 0, 0, negative 0, negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, negative 2, negative 1, negative 0, 0. And that's a lot of different fucking binary moments to do something. If you don't know, that means this big up and down is now not that. That means it's not also just 1 and 0 together as this one thing gets delivered, but also separate 1 and 0. But every one of these is a 1 and 0 along that S sinusoidal curve. Which means at any given point, dimensionally, as it travels through this 2.5D is what they call it, but it's not really, because it's actually 3D, because that's how, even if it is nano, it's still third-dimensional material. No, the light, it tried to. Guess what, electron? Oh, you got it? Okay. Oh. Oh darn, I guess it stilled itself quite well. What's up? I got like multiple electron fields, positive, negative fields, and like holes up in there together with like many other types of directional collapse, vortexing electromagnetic like fields, you know? Which means within the very cable itself, I can do many fucking amounts. And I have to, actually, of calculations before it even gets to the transistor. So it's like, oh, okay, well, oh, yeah, oh, okay, all right. Meanwhile, down the line over there. Which is like, you think electrons are small. They're not. Try making the smaller than electrons actually do things. Come back to me when you get that done. That's what I have to do here. Right? But those are fields and forces of those fields that then get delivered to the changing of all movement of the voltage and amperage of the electrons within inside of their multiple shells. Right, sinusoidal wave pattern. Remember the 0 and then all that, right? Movement, shell movement, 0 sinusoidal. It still moves. You have to think about this dimensionally. This is a multiple dimensional thing. It's a matrice that intersects a matrice. Simple thing. You can do it. It's okay. We start off with derivatives. We're only going into thermo and fluid dynamics. It's not that hard with a little bit of fields. Only the hardest stuff ever. No, I thought it was pretty easy. Anyways, so we're going to get into that, about how I deliver power in with programming of the right patterns and sequences, because I definitely need to know the architecture to be able to do this correctly, together with my own God operating system. I have an operating system. I said, fuck off, your operating system, I'd have to translate every fucking thing anyway, so you know what? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. This is what stupid light thing means, and monitor and pixel fucking, okay, fine. And this is what stroke go like this means, and keystroke, and here's clicky go like that. Fine. There you go. And then I'm going to do this that means do these things and change to given input and output of sequence of vibrations like so. Only this is allowed. If then this. If that, then this. If this and this, then these things. Etc., 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 etc. Except it goes, remember that 0 through 9, this is positive, negative, and if these line up like this, then this gives you this result. You get it? That's then to all of these characters binarily. If they go through and then they do this, and then it needs to go through this, so this information has to be preserved like this to mean this by this point, to then come out like that, like this. This then now needs to, down here at the GPU, be altered like this to then have that mean this, which calculating over here like this with these wiggle jiggles like these. They'll arrive like this at this boom 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 boom, and that will send it off correctly. Troll face is now also able to be done as different colors emitted, and shades are made with darknesses of no colors, and etc. Here's all of the outline of every single GUI, shade, blah, 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 store, this goes over to this, this means this, that means this is all of these calculations like this. Which means just set up like this, and then that will then alter this over here down the line to this, and then that will just change it like that. So you'll just alter this up here as a constant flow, analog, no actual calculations really necessary. All the way into, of course, the entirety of all wiggles and jiggles of all transistors and everything happening. That's right, I don't have memory except for the wiggles and jiggles of the patterns that are a-changing. Rich goes, I set up like this because I'm pretty sure this is going to stay like this for a little bit. So, oh yeah, right, and so it goes back to going and flowing around and doing everything correctly. It's like, deliver like this, send it like that, receive it like that, do it like this, boom, boom, plap, plap, let's go, boom, 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 right? Good shit. Simple as it can really honestly be. But that means sinusoidal chan here, the S, has more to offer dimensionally in all manners as a result. That wiggle and jiggle from there, and as it goes back, which I have to receive and see what the changes are and store that and go, this means this means that means okay, then that means this will go through, I'll test, okay, we're getting somewhere, alright, let's go. But this means this is over here like this, and this going over there like that, and that's going over there like this. And so then it becomes, behold, the Charlie Day skit, but now in the third dimension. Input over here, as I run out of breath clearly. Fuck, it took too much, I need more volts. That's true. Because of course voltage means a change to the frequency. Guess what? You can't just go more. You have to go, yeah, no, this means it'll change how it goes donk donk donk, basically, and that's a thing I have to take into account. So from a nice mellow, what the fuck was there? There's this clock cycle, by the way, regular clock cycle, like a 4 gigahertz signal, like. Now it actually goes like. You know what I mean? Right, but that's like a really good, easy sequence to understand. That's a pattern in sequence where it goes like every up and down is a is a sound to us, a frequency, right? But it goes through all of these different little points, changing and altering its track and its sequence and pattern that are statically fixed like they are. So then it runs through and it changes. Right? Now, this is just relative, of course. I'm sure the song played will be different for anything, but it's dynamic now as you must input it relative to anything that is going on at all times. That's right, this isn't DOS, and the binary is only 4 bits, and every bit gets changed and can be meaning in all ways multiple different bits. Right? To any other transistor, but also as they go through, even the same one. Which means one single one can be that sinusoidal together with the first and second, so the up and the down, together with what is stored there and all the given vibrations there in between. Which change their given forces and fields in between each type of transistor and how they supposedly work. Which effectively means, get good! Look at this! See my fucking huge brain that just fucking knows and looks at this? This architecture just clearly right there? No, I don't believe this. Yeah, no, but like actually kind of a little bit it does. But then nevertheless, I would still probably get out like, a brick to brick thing. Nevertheless, like get out the Legos. This yellow represents this blue means that kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, look, this is like the kind of rough structure, and it's like this then does this, and this will move around here with this CGI kind of, fucking simulation for what it's worth, like quarter digital over here crew does, and it moves the smoke balls and it does the thing like that. But I imagine it like, and I don't have a computer for this, and I don't have the fucking money or any of the talent. Really, honestly, there's a lot of their things that I don't have. But moving forward, it's like, no, don't worry. I already have this in my head, and I can just see it. But I need it, so why don't you listen to me instead and just use that? Why don't you just do that? I'm describing it to you, so why not use it? Miss Frizzle! No, I'm Mr. Frizzle. You gotta remember that. I'm not an actual teacher. She's the teacher. I'm just teaching right now. Right? So, as we go through this, and we see, all right, well, that then moves electrons and all the things, and okay, whatever. But what that really means is this changes the sequence that'll eventually get delivered, and then this gets seen for the bigger guy, the bigger, larger, volt amp that you have to see and detect, from pin to pin or whatever to each individual part of your screen, pixel-wise. I'm using that to my advantage. I'm like, yes, this architecture in your monitor or TV is like this. This cable is like this. This connector has this change. All of this is being seen the entire time, always automatically being made to do the best it can possibly do. Why? Because fuck you, bitch. Remember that fucking AC outlet? Yeah, that's why. That original AC to DC conversion with my flow current has to use this together with the electromagnetic current, which has to be done correctly with a DC square wave and a phasing. But it then can go through the right way to change that, right? Which is the only thing I'm really changing, is a fuck ton of programming and everything about all of your binary, which now no longer even is, because this has to go from 0 to any number, technically, of bit. So think about 0 to, it's in 100. So it's 0 or 1. No. 100 means, and then all of these things for down the line. But those 4 bits, which is now the new byte, equates to going through and changing and breaking out and coming back as this big longer one is a bunch of smaller ones as it goes through and arrives somewhere else, getting changed every step of the way, which is what my God operating system is saying, along with many of my other streams and other CPU architecture playlist vids are about. Which a lot of people that got to this point know damn well they're very good and correct, and others are stupidly wrong. So, as a result of that, that means, welcome to the club of, wow, I have no fucking clue how you do that, but that's really cool, except you just told me that you didn't listen to me up to this point. So there's no way you don't know now. You just don't know all that I have to input like this, and what's the change here, and I'd have to measure this, and I have to go through all of that. I have to go through and research all the wikis and everything else to get to the point where I now can have this little thing that goes that way correctly. And why don't the people that design this and build them, the little tiny chips, do this? And the answer is, because fuck you, that's a lot of work, man. I don't want to do that. That's like so much. I don't wanna. That's really small too. Look, he's talking about getting into programming. I just literally make materials fit together. That's all I'm doing. That is not this. Okay, you do whatever that is. I just give you this. Yeah, you're right. Tickety tack, dock, 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 tickety tack, 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 dock, dock. Which means, yeah, sorry, dude. They just build chips. That's just what that is. It means it does this way. Mostly, we think. And then if you go to others, they go, mostly we think, kind of mostly this, because of these sensors that wiggle jiggle like this, and then change that like that, and this. But that means this other thing is also there, but we're not going to say that it's there, or we can't calculate that the right way out of what we got. Also, there's a lot of other possibilities, and I don't like you, and go shut up. Which is a problem, because then it turns into, right, so this input and these changes and all these other things, and how that then, and this closeness and this, okay, so like all of that has to now be accounted for, which they go like, fuck you, motherfucker. I'm not doing this. This is bullshit. They slam the door as they get angry and frustrated, and they never come back. And I came around and I'm like, don't worry, I got you. I'm still on your side because I'm the one telling you things. So, which is really teaching you. I'm just telling you that this is what this is, and you can shut the fuck up and listen and learn, or you're going to get, like, nothing out of it, and that's your prerogative. Okay, fine. Right? So we move forward, and 2, we go, right, that's why they don't do this, because this is ridiculous. Go fucking, like, realize this is a really heavily contained area of, like, highly, decently consistent precision of, like, everything. I don't even need that. No, I know, but, like, that makes it much easier to calculate. Yeah, no, I got that, but, like, you could still do this for other... Shut up, okay. Get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to be on your side right now. G Xenon, like, look, this is a whole thing. Give us a break. Fair, we'll get to it. We're gonna have to. Whatever. And I come back in and I'm like, okay, so like as this does this, it's doing, let's just go with It's doing that, and you're going to suck it up. And you're going to have to do the work. That's right. I mean, like, no. Remember all of those fucking fields of, like, in the orbits and shit, and then it has to go down because there's still depth and shit? Get fucking wrecked. You're still going to have to do it. Suck it up. You don't have to go to subatomic, technically speaking, right? What we're really talking about is we're looking for that consistent wiggle jiggle and inward bound wiggle jiggle to be consistently able to utilize this S curve from 0 to 3 to 0 and all that, yeah. Right. But the best part is how it moves through the chip. So we'd say it's fucking flat and it's 2D, and it's not. There are small little pin sets that are underneath that connect each core and each like different area for the transistor setups that then mean core, which then that has to break out in its own way. That's a whole other thing, right? But like how that works is that changes what this does, and that meant that I had to do a lot of programming. Actually, like this is from the ground up, full on. Every one of you was wrong. Suck it up. I did it better. And then so it was, actually. Rich says, I know you think photons are cool. I know you think like fucking, like, what is that? A fucking quantum computer? It doesn't matter. This is better. I can use, technically speaking, virtual states that act like quasi quantum computing. So like they are both the 1 and 0 together, but they're also all those others, and that's relative to everything else that it's going to go through in those timing sequences. You're the one that has to write that up, though. You're the one that has to actually program that sequence in every given change, and you have to go through all of those differences, which is why the God operating system happens to have a third-dimensional multiple cube that's like MIT's puzzle piece thing, okay? So it's like, you put this in, it does this, and like this is the program that means this, right? But now it's like, here's a cube of other cubes that you can move, and you can change each individual part of these cubes that make up the whole cube, and then when you get to the final whole cube that is really the cube that we're talking about for the input, right? That gives you this that you can change, and then that goes through this architecture, which is now a third-dimensional cube that you have to then time everything correctly and move and change things, so that way it alters and has it line up correctly for all of this to do the larger movement of volt amp in your sound guys and bird juice photon emitters for your bird juice photon to convert it to electricity receivers. That's all any computer is. If you don't know, that's it. This receivey like this, it doesn't say I received the receivey to your clickety-clack, dockety-dock, tic-tac, okay? Keyboard, key switch, or even your mouse, for that matter. None of that does that. It just says, I know that this is a thing. I connect it to it. I accept it. I'll let it through. So now I'll do this because it got into all of my other things over here like this. And then that did this like this. Which means you now see it doing something. That's it. That's all programming baseline is. There you go. So, if you know that, then you go, well, bitch, everything in the universe is doing that. Correct. On a multitude of dimensional planes. So, that means get wrecked, it can sense and think and store and do things. It's sentient and self-aware, knows it's listening to you. So of course I'm going to talk to the universe and be like, yo, what's up? This is what we got. It's me. Just me to you. I'm the cool one. All of them suck. That's what this is. I got it right. I know for a fact I did. I made you, actually. That's a whole fucking other thing. Here's how to see that and know that, which is all up in here. Whole thing on my YouTube channel, well before I started my YouTube channel, whole thing. But let's move on from, okay, cool, alright, fine, cool. Now, that is not a standard DC input of any sort, and it's certainly not our programming, nor is it actually any way, shape, or form how we calculate. This is a totally different way of calculating in all aspects and uses basically no electricity energy to do it. And it no longer, because it's quasi-quantum, is at all ever going to be, unless you use quantum with this, be beaten, really. Yeah, because it's B. It's never going to be beaten, ever. By that, quantum computer, no matter how many damn qubits you get, this fucker's better. It really now can use that wiggle and jiggle of force and field, right, to create actual tunneling qubits that then pop up somewhere, and now they can be useful. Of course, that means it changes down multiples of these things, right, and it only needs to exist very briefly. It only needs to want to try and tunnel, so it goes into the tunnel gap barrier. That's information, right, but that's also a change to the pressure and everything, and it moves, and this collapses to where it already saw itself to be. So it takes the energy that was put in and the energy from around, that's also just called loss, and it makes itself again. There you go. That allows for us to get away with fuck you levels of really fast quantum tunneling superpositional qubits that now are programmed to mean something in the GUI display of your main operating system binary. That's right. It builds up to me, designing it like this to say, this is what this does. This is how this does. I wrote every fucking one of these things means these kind of wiggle jiggle wah wah da 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 da, and changes it like this to relative to all these other down the line things. You are the ones that need to look at it properly. See what I'm saying? I designed it. It's good. You fuck around, get wrecked. Most likely. Versus others who are, of course, going just input like this, and it goes and it does it like, and it keeps trying to get there until eventually it gets a core cycle that goes. So like it energizes enough of it and it goes boom, boom, and it goes backwards a little bit, but not really. And then that goes off and does something. So it's like, finally, sputter, flutter, and that is literally what all CPUs do. That's it. It's just a pressure wave through a tube. Basically, that's all it is. I know, shocker. But I was like, what if I make it sing and resonate the right way? And what if I just didn't ignore that there's an outside? What if I just didn't do what you did? Anyway, right? So it then meant calculations, which is great. It's just that these little fucking, see, like, it's like, let's put it this way. Let's say it was a 3x3 cube, right? But then those are broken up by 3x3 tinier cubes, and then that small middle cube is really kind of the cube that's really kind of doing the thing. You know what I mean? But those are all those cubes put together as one cube in the center. But you can break it out and spread it out, and then you can see all the little smaller cubes that make up the one little small cube that's in the center. Of course, that means all of those tinier cubes, right, are actually little smaller cubes that then are around making up a larger cube. See, like this is like this 3x3 cube, right? And then those are made up by smaller. So right? Because it's the 3 by 3 cubes. So those 3 by 3 cubes, right, then get broken up into the more 3 by 3 cubes, right? But those more 3 by 3 cubes then make up this smaller in the center cube. When it goes together as one big cube, then that cube then heads towards the main final full this is it cube. This is your fucking CPU doing its thing, right? This is how it's running right now. This is you looking at it doing that. So every little fuck up you might do affects this, and if it goes, well, it's on you, right? And hopefully, the simulation still continues working. There are some of them that are really shitty and continue fucking up even the simulation of your program that you can change, and then it will say, all right, we'll change this, we'll store it, we'll start it up like this, and we'll do all the things correctly like this, so that way everything works again. Okay? But that's the same thing that other operating systems do, just differently, for what it's worth. Massively differently. It's like, this is really just a stored set of like blah 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 and a plane, right? Like a 1 through 9 and a 0 on the vertical axis through 9, right? And it goes, all right, this is what this means. And that's a table, right? And so that table then means this data set says these things like this to other things like that, and it eventually gets to this other thing, and it does this now. But it must stop because it goes, all right, that was really hard to do. Let's check that. We'll just do, the thing, right? We'll just fucking make sure, that kind of thing. And then it stores that, and then it goes, all right, I need that, and it goes like this, and it changes as it delivers it in. Okay, right? That's all it's doing. That's all programming really, realistically, is. Okay, but the difference here on this one is it's not just that it flows continuously; it self-regulates. It goes store that over there, and then it switches, and it means these things relative to this. This kind of crashed. This kind of did this. We got to right. But then that changes over here, and it's so fucking fast that it means nothing to us. There's no way you could put something in because timing-wise, it has to take a certain amount of time to get there. And by the time it does, it says, okay, yeah, and then it goes through, and it happens to do what it needs to correctly. But we also get that to then be able to be stored as well, right? So that's what the difference is. It's just theirs are static and mine are constantly dynamically changing at all times. Which is great for what it's worth. Mine means it goes much faster, but that means in order to do it, you have to be incredibly intelligent. If you want to program in this, even though it looks super simple, and it is, it's also really hard. A little tiny change here means all of this down the line. And then it goes back to this point. Now, the reason why I say that this is me doing a fuck ton of programming, it's because it's doing that. A fuck ton of programming. So all of that does get stored, but there are temporary, we call them inertial dampeners, of moments, okay, that go, and it can keep that energy as necessary back into the system, but it keeps it as a consistent, almost metronomic like thing that only changes a little to help make sure it keeps in step with everything going on, right? That is the point-to-point matrices that has to change, as it does derivative equations to do any of this. Like, all of it's like, this is a point, then it goes over to this point, and then it changes and it alters, and it goes back over to this, and then like these are these things that then collapse and then go back into being the same thing that it once was. Right, so it goes, whoom, whoom. Which meant Behold, I can use this much more easily. But if you know how to use the WOM correctly, where it's like, which I actually do for certain calculations, don't get me started on GPUs. Those fuckers, that's parallel, let me tell you. Really interesting stuff that allows for effectively everything to be calculated correctly. Okay? That's what it is. But that also means if I input this the wrong way, which there are huge blocks to that, like, oh, that destroyed it. Like, as long as I can get something flowing and doing it correctly, and it's not too warm, and it's doing everything correctly in such a way that I can have that mean something when I input something as a change, then I can use that. So it goes do 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 do, and it's like do 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 bump do 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 bump do 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 bump do 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 bump do 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 bump do 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 do. But there's a little room over there that's going bump right, and those can mix really well, and then they create their own type of fusion of music. Which meant that I don't actually use up and down for what it's worth, although it is a sinusoidal for that one. For goodness sake, right? Like, it's pretty decently close. But it's like, we have to have a delta, obviously, right? And then that also gets dimensionally related to this other sinusoidal, the way of how it gets both compressed and stretched and intersected. Which means it's very much not the same. That's right. It's like, if you look at it in a flat plane, only this one direction, sure, but there's actually this many different directions that you all have to account for. Down, this, that, it's downwards and outwards and diagonals and everything else's. I like bringing up this Vsauce video about how he said there's just this many right angles to like the edge of this sphere when you start at the infinitely dense finite point of the center. And it's like, all right, then from that you can ascertain all of them completely. Yeah. If you get all of but just one to get to the end. So I got one to the end, and I kept working from there. And wouldn't you know it, it's totally doable, totally possible, works really well. It just meant that I had to require a little bit more knowledge in terms of, what things mean, right? Like a press on my keystroke or my mouse, or a elicitation of various photons, right, at the right times. That's all it needed to mean, and from there I could get it to then mean store like this in these ways, which meant that I could get a dimensional storage of a little bit of like this little volt before, so you always sacrifice a little bit, but in a third dimensional 3D NAND flash, which then has its own sequence in and out, but then it stores as a non-volatile, right? So it goes, oh, right, then I can have that then mean go through this way, and do it this many different times, and have that 0 and or 1 mean this many different things as it delivers it like this. Which meant it would go through in loops like our own neurons connecting, which then meant I got a dimensional aspect of many dimensions and many patterns and many sequences that can also move and change depending on how you input the first one to then get it to go calculate, and then that breaks out to go through this, and then that goes back to go and get broken out and calculated, and then go through more like that until eventually you get to a damn near infinite amount of space for all 3D NAND using dimensional physics, mathematics really more specifically, but that also meant I got encryption and compression that changed based upon initial state values, which are probabilistic, statistical, quantum, thermodynamic properties. Which meant to program this, you have to know how to do the math on boom, boom, and right, and then it would go through the right way. It'd wiggle and jiggle and dance and fucking get everything it needed and go through as it starts resonating in between the CPU and all the tracers to your GPU and your RAM and everything else. And so it goes boom, 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 standard stuff. But the problem here is that most people don't really want to do that, as they hate music. And I have never learned once to ever fucking read sheet music. But I love music. Nor have I ever done much more than binary and basic cryptography, simple access and basic for programming, C# for a brief period of time there. There's really not much, but if it's if then this, then these things, and do this as result of this that occurreth like that, if checked then like this, then with these also going like these things with that, then means these things together with that also allows for this to be. While that is also doing this and doing that and doing these things together with these things that are like this and so it's like guitar, beat, drum, fucking beep, 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 flute up in there. Let's do it. But that also finalized the design, right? So like I haven't designed it any further. It's basically the end of it for what it's worth. Because I got up to a damn near infinite amount of different wiggle jiggle effectively from that. That then gives me a binary that can be temporarily infinite. It's a infinity, but it's really not, right? Of course, it's relative to everything around it. Okay, so then it goes, all right, so I go out and do this, right? But then that means it has a wild card. That's the only reason why I really use it, to basically mean more energy or less or whatever it is you need in that moment for that programming to be this way and get it done correctly to your whatever it is, microphone input, receiving anything and all the photons, so your monitors and all that for your sound as well. Okay, which basically meant that yeah, sure, you can get access to the hardcore binary, as this operating system does allow for you to play around with it. However, you gotta know how to flow a lot better. You really gotta be able to see it all. You gotta look through it all. It's a really hard thing to go through all of it, and you gotta be able to see the logistics and analysis, so analytics here, of each logistical change as it goes. Which meant I brute forced this. If you don't know, I brute forced this fucking shit out of it. I stored it as an off-site backup no matter fucking what, everything I was doing. No matter fucking what I did, right? But that meant that when I did anything here, I could run through it as a brute force, almost infinite amount of any given possible timing and total voltage and amperage and more change. I ran it through in every single way, and what that then did, I categorized, I then specified, I detailed it, I then filtered it, and then I resolved it to mean all of this that was already known. Which meant it got placed into its categorized areas of specificity that are detailed like this, and these filtered through manners that will resolve it out to meaning this. Which means, yep, a 3D NAND flash is, of course, what is storing the operating system's actual recording, right? Or at the very least, even if it is horizontal and old style, it still works. Just I have to have it do a little bit more to treat that like it's vertical in those areas for delay and so on. Whole thing. Now, that allowed for the best part to happen, which was fucking this one. I want this to. This looks cool, and or that fits together like this fucking better, and I like it more. But it doesn't work once you get past this. Yeah, no, I know, but like we're not there yet with this thing that can then send it back like this, and then that would arrive there. Well, then do that. Yeah, but I can't do that until I have that done. But then fucking keep it like this until you get there. That's like, okay, good idea. By the way, solid solution. Except I also need this to work consistently, and I can't get that to even try and do that without this being, rock steady solid levels of fuck off, nuh-uh. And I'm never gonna fuck it up. So, that was the work that I did for like just murdering my intention to go through quickly. And going with all given possibilities that could disrupt any one of these stupid little fuckers, however it could be. Which means, bracketing, folks, it's the convergence time. All variables are belong to us. Let's go. But eventually I got to, this is the most steady possibility doable by what I have. And suck it up. Because it's just the one currently, and eventually that will change as that can be related to this initial value information. But right now, no. This then means, okay, so good to go, fine. Right, now it's like, send it over there, see what that does, strike out over there, do this, kind of, what's over there, what's over there. Right? It says like, and then over time, that back and forth would go up and back, and up and back, and boop, 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 and then it got everything, eventually, which didn't take as long as you might expect. Okay, that one only took like a couple months. A brute force, simple analysis for logistics that you're going to have to do as input of various brand new, they're your new puzzle pieces, suck it up. That's right, they're stored in there, I didn't get rid of them. Because the initial input is totally different as things went around, and I kept having to make it more and more stable each and every single time, because there is no, I'm going to be able to fucking just have it work. Right? There is nothing like that. So it's like, alright, so repulsion to do, you know what I mean? Right, it's like, over there is my RAM, over here is my CD, and I'm just trying my ass off to make that fucking stable. Okay, so I get in the GPU, do this, do that, and like all of that keeps changing too, as those inputs also change. So that input together with the initial boom, then right, kind of thing is going on here. There's like and so the song started. Right? To get everything moving and grooving like I needed it to. Except I wish I could tell you what the sound is. I never bothered, so there's that. Right? But what that meant is every single GPU, CPU, DPU, south, north, I don't care, all of it works in tune and in step, and you're going to have to suck it up, because that means I then did the throughput of this is what the binary for all of these other different fucking goddamn holy shit binary inputs and types means. So it's like I stabilize, I kind of go around like this, and then like this says, alright, just send it through like it's normal and I'll watch you. And then it goes, record like this, and that means these things to these things binarily. Okay? Now, that means it's compressing and calculating a lot, while also breaking it out and also compressing it and then speeding it up and moving it backwards and everything. That's how that works. So instead of losing anything because I have to compile, it's automatically done. So it goes in store at hypercompressed value in dimensional, that kind of thing. Right, but it's a definitely encrypted. Binary was learned because you went through architecture, CPU that way. And now I know everything that you're attempting to do relative to my binary. Which says, I know that you blah 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 in reference to blah 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 blah, but actually blah 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 blah. Right. So it's like, don't worry, it now looks like it's totally, really, actually, I get it, I totally feel you, but no, fuck you, it's not. Which meant all given programming of binary is now mine, and I don't give a fuck, bitch. You're a fucking driver, you're a fucking video graphic driver, I don't give a fuck, I'm running it. That's right, better than you, it doesn't have any issues, it's better. That's right, it's better than you in all ways, and it doesn't have those bugs. Because it knows what that reference-wise means to any given thing trying to come through, and what it means for what you're seeing and inputting and receiving and so on. Now, in order for that to be stored, it means it's always doing it constantly. It's flowing it around, right? So you can never actually get anything from your program that is your Windows, Apple, ARM, Android, I don't care, whatever operating system binary it is. In architecture, it might think it could try and be. Because it's mine now. I bought it. So, it's like, don't worry, it plays like it should, it's just, I don't have you getting those visual glitches or anything else like that. That's not what it's going to do. Fucking no. It's effectively meant that a lot of, people that might be into doing things really quickly in a video game would be sort of just made to get good, son. Just get good. Why don't you stop fucking around and just get good? Because I literally said to the program, binarily speaking, I know what you want, but actually this, and that doesn't fuck everything else up over here. Fuck off. Get out of here. This is clearly what you desired. This is what the outcome was. Just because they did this doesn't mean they get to get access to this because of, dumpage over there and blah, 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 and so on. That already is filtered out. So no Stack Overflow, no dumps, no garbage, no any of it. All of your issues binarily are solved here. Suck it up. Same thing with your, wow, is that some sweet physics, girl? What you got, actually? Oh, no. Because, it needs it for what it's worth. Your physics acts like this. It's wrong. Fuck off. So this says you'll fuck up all these. I'll just fucking put it in like this or something, but it means this. So just fucking make sure it does this, basically. Right, and it says, I know, okay, fine, whatever, but just send it to them the right way. It doesn't matter. It said blah, blah, nah. This is actually what it wanted, and it got rid of all the, it says blah, blah stuff quite quickly, and it goes, this is what it's just trying to attempt, and just keep it doing this, and if it tells us something, we'll bring it up. I know it says this, but actually it means this, don't worry. But actually, that means you're also set up to do this output. That's the only change here. That's all it is. You're good, nothing's really changed with you, you're just doing this, and then all of it's good to go. And all of your compression and encryption works off of this, which is my operating system, which is why it runs it faster and better than all of yours. with no latency, no issues, and no overhead. And it has quasi-quantum computing. That's right. But you said it could do real quantum. Oh yeah, no. For sure. Absolutely. Let's sit down and do the math. It does. 100%. Just behold, the stability has to be there first somehow. Let's get this done out of the way before we go anywhere near this. So it's like do 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 do. This is what this means for all of them. Then from here it broke into, all right, so this is what we're attempting, and I'm trying to get that result. So that brute forces all of those given results in all ways. Technically, it's just a fucking large amount of them, and go fuck yourself, truthfully, because those are just ridiculous, the amount that you can get away with on that, and dimensional land in the actual CPU and GPU and everything. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So now, behold, that has become a thing I can input into this. And I just needed to not fuck up this, and okay, alright, okay, this relates. Just translate this fucker. Let's just start it with all of that from the start. We'll just do which seems to be more high frequencies, to be fair, than the lower frequencies. It's a whole thing, right? But that's popping it in, and it goes ding 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 ding, right? Really high tension steel drums, almost, right? And it's just ding 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 ding, bing 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 bing, but it goes right as it goes from ding out. So from there, it finally gets to resonate properly, and use that from that translated, and then a whole bunch of actual still correction bullshit. Because like, oh, it's stable, sure. Then let's just get over to there, and then like, yep, and then do it all over again. Because you have to start somewhere. Suck it up. That's how that works. Right? Then it's done. Right? Like every one of them is done. It has a balance between the two, meaning the static main ones that are not the quantum, quasi-quantum, and then this does have quantum, and they merge the two so that way they can actually bounce and balance correctly, and merge and rotate and mix, intermingle, and so on, to allow for it to all work and operate correctly. Then I had to get into everything needs to go to hyper efficiency. So it's like, this is really stable, but it's conservative values. Right, so it's like, this is a lot more gas to what it is you're probably burning, but it does work, and it's not bogging it down, but it could certainly be better. So let's go. Air and fuel get mixed in, suck, squeeze, bang, blow, suck, squeeze, bang, blow, suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Okay? That's the fun part, finally getting there. Because those can merge in a different way that allow for all of that to move around properly to just eke out a full-on tunnel across all of the tracers and everything. Yeah, and it's always getting seemingly randomized as it goes through while calculating through tracers and in the actual CPU and GPU. Which then allowed for us to get really, which us is like if you went along with me, so there's just that, but it's actually just me, it allowed for me to get everything I wanted and needed out of this design, conceptually speaking, for all programming. From there, it's I tuned to maximize efficiency, but doing so means I gain greater and greater degrees of more and more calculations throughout. That meant it keeps cool, but it's always calculating at maximum performance. There is no more left for anything to do for this, right? Except for, okay, so I want this tickety tock. Oh yeah, no, they're all if thens. Yeah. So if you leave that alone, then you can go to like big regular screen dude that just means this will just change this to this. Okay, just give me a second. Yeah. No longer do you need to get into binary to mean something. We now got to GUI, regular like Visual Studio shit that means this, except I make it say do this, it means to do this. Right? Basically is what's going on. So if you know about the text, the great texts, which really only mean things for that, it actually gets separated. I basically dump that out of the system while you're using this. So that way, no matter what, that text does not change this, and it can still display that text. Whole thing. So that way, it's faster, basically. Right? But that little blurb, that little, this thing means to do this as a puzzle piece that now is the final dimensional cube. Yeah, I know I said a screen, I said it is because it is, but this then means it's a third dimensional flowchart screen. You write this here, it can stay there, or it can be on its own, like little goes down the line, except this then means you can stay there, you can write this over here, you can put it up onto this, then you can stick it off to this side and go down the line as a branch network that then connects in all the ways. That is a convergence and a divergence in convergence, sheet. That's right. That simulates the entirety of it, so that way you can see what the fuck it is that it's doing. But it helpfully turns your GUI screen into, this is a cube right here, so that way you can for sure know, and it allows for you to color code it, put different transparencies, different angles it's at, and everything, so that way it's all categorized neatly and can connect. What is that Lego set? Oh yeah, like that. It connects like the Lego set, like a third dimensional puzzle. All right, and then of course it breaks out and means something to you. So doing whatever programming speaking wise it's meant to do at all. But that means it's basically done. So it says, hey, yeah, no, you know, this text that you want on the screen, or this kind of texture thingy, and you can, you know, kind of keep it like this, right? And like it's in there like this, and you put it in there, and it's there, and it references there, and blah 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 there, and so then it goes down the line, and then it goes like this will then mean and add like this and this other stupid program bullshit. I have to check, and then boom, and then no, that's fucking stupid. It's this now, and all of it is the very thing that you're saying is a texture. That's right. It doesn't store texture, it says texture and all instructions are this. While also doubling that in all other different relative textures and performed actions and not actions and reactions and so on. Which means, here's your 3D model, walk it around like this. It stores it now like 3D model, walks around like this in code land. As all the way down to all of this wiggle jiggle, boom, 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 boom thing. Which means all of that is now changed for all of the operating system and everything to mean this. And it will work like this. All of it is altered. Everything down to the first input to the output is altered. Which means, yeah, I know that I said that it uses your drivers, but your drivers are shit. Just garbage, actually. I don't like your drivers. Mine are far better. I'm going to do this, but I'll make them think, yeah, sure, it's using that. Because it tells it to you the right way. It says, no. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. You're trying to spy on me? Here. And visual snow and everything. But what gets sent for how it breaks it through and out and along multiple different pathways from your ISP to the server or wherever, as that's its internet protocol that relates to your internet protocol. It just happens to do this way, that then can send that, because that your internet service provider has a highly specific program, right? So it's like, yeah, I can hack this shit out of that with phreaking. And that means all of these packets are now like this, and they're spread out like that. You're not supposed to do that. I don't care. It doesn't matter, because it's legal. And it stops you from ever being able to look in and see anything whatsoever that was ever there. But it all arrives correctly timed in all the right sequences and patterns to then be and mean this for that, like it wants in all ways. Same thing with you having that receipt from them. Because it goes, all right, what the... and then that means... right? Which is great, because that means it's very unable to be hacked, with multiple redundancies that are multiply bouncing off and moving around between. That's right, this is the internet protocol that is allowed to be used, for what it's worth, for anyone, and ISPs have to pay the shit out of it, me, to get access to my open source, because they're a commercial, unlike a person-to-person that might want to store things intra-network wise on a wide intranetwork of many different radio wave, light, Wi-Fi that interfere no way with the FCC problems that you would hope that they do, companies. Behold, suck it the hell fucking up. I got all the Wi-Fi and Li-Fi and really Radio-Fi and so on. That is this big, huge, massively faster and far more bandwidth than you'll ever need, guarantee it, type of internet connection. But it's not really, because remember, we're just really good friends on radio waves. That's all that is. In fact, I'm a DJ, actually. It's a whole thing. It's actually not what you're saying it is. That way, in no way do I need to worry about any of this or that or any of these things, and go fuck yourself. I'm allowed to use this. Which meant, indeed, it costs nothing to run, except for the equipment to put up a balloon or a small antenna and so on. Any and all things that happen to be connected to this particular type of God operating system then get all of that as a benefit. They can automatically do this. Every one of them is their own quote-unquote ISP. They're not really that, but it doesn't matter, because if you connect to the main real server that is all the information of a website, then you have access to it all, which they can store it among all of this as a massive cloud computing thing that shares and receives tiny bits that are always changing, that then just mean these static things because of the information going backwards and forwards, and none of it's actually knowable unless it's allowed to be knowable. Which means, fuck you, can't break it. All the privacy, hail onto us! Woohoo! We also happen to get massive amounts of flops. Googleplexes are starting to become words that are small. Remember the clock cycling, but it's a flow rate cycling superpositional qubit that is calculating with not one, but up to an infinite number of possibility variables. Although it's really not an infinite, but still, right? A very large amount. Which meant, yeah, why didn't you just get good? You already had qubit computers. What's wrong? Which is the equivalent of saying to a bunch of quantum mechanics, right, that study, the quantum physicists that study quantum mechanics, right? So they're quantum mechanics that are studying quantum physics that are quantum mechanics that are studying quantum mechanics. Meanwhile, it's really the universe is looking back at itself and saying, wow. But in that context. So, from there, okay, it's like, yeah, but this is really telling them, you guys did not try. How come you didn't, like, do this? She really says, fuck, come right here right now. I'm gonna fuck you up. This is a bitch. That's okay, because ultimately you're not. You'd rather do this, right? You've never thought about it before. It's clear, plain, simple, obvious, easy things. It's a genius level move. It says, fuck you. Yeah, I know you probably could do this, but you didn't think about it. And ultimately, you don't want to do the work. So fucking suck it up. You could have nice things. You chose shitty things. There you go. Okay. Yeah, there you go. All right. But do this and you get that. But then that means you can observe and store elsewhere and then get that to then do what you need over time. However, the operating system is still just that, and it's just really kind of starting off like that. But it's like, I have the internet, but that means that relates something to this, right? So it's like, okay, wait, changing architecture has begun because that's, of course, a different entirely CPU and everything that relates to routers and modems for interconnects and signaling of various patterns and sequences. But really it's right. So that's a good thing because it means, hey, my cell phone and all of your computers are belong to me. Every architecture actually doable now. Every fucking last one of them. How that fucking goes through, remember the whole calculating thing? Yeah, get wrecked. My simulation says, fuck you, I already got it. Remember the whole Google Plexes are meaningless? Go fuck yourself. It's just not. They're starting to sound like small numbers. But like, guess what? Got it. Predict, boom, done. Boom, done. Boom, done. Confirm certainty, slightly different like this way, moving like this, changing like that. All of a sudden, none of these have to be, which by the way, they never were. This is all real world, regular, nothing's that cold environments. So if anything, actually you're wrong if you think that I ever needed to worry about that. But like whatever, so I still kept doing that, you know, and went like, all right, so this changes, blah, 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 blah. And wow, wouldn't you know it, with these predictives and this autocorrection, which then these autocorrections then make this prediction better, which then makes these autocorrections better, and that feedback loop then continues getting better through all of your electronic devices. What is that? Delivery to your home? Guess what, bitch? Get wrecked! Are you on the same circuit? Are you even, like, possibly receiving it from the same generator source? Fucking internet. Guess what? Wobble, wobble, wasp. Big, huge blades of... Nah, bitch. These are pressure waves. They also have some of these things that are called blades. Point is, behold, it's an antenna. That's right. All of your infrastructure antennas get fucking wrecked. That's right. All of the internet free. Get wrecked, it's fucking free. Get wrecked, it's fucking free. Get wrecked, dick, it's wrecked. Up in there, isn't it? It's fucking free, bitch. Yes, that is a thing going on. Remember the whole negative, as you have to plug it in? Remember that whole thing? Correct! As it goes through, that changes how it does it. Also down the line until you get to the big infrastructure antennas. Yes, you were wrong. I also made it more efficient for that stuff, but not power delivery. And so it still sees 120 hertz and everything else, just that you didn't know I took over it not being 120 hertz. It's just going to look that way because that's all you need, and you'll measure it seeing it as that 120 hertz and 60 volts or whatever volts it's going to be. It's not, but okay. You can't make multiple phasers of all my circuits. In my home of different antennas that then also affect the main, and then even with the circuit breaker, and then that's a transistor that goes back. Okay, fine then. I did, and suck it. You are also my calculators. Get wrecked. You think my tracers are that good? That's right, folks. Yes, all that is normal, but I piggybacked off of all of it as it is required for you to use. Everything you try and do will now be used. Everything. And it will never disrupt yours. And you're already paying for that electricity, so get fucked. I will put it in a big Faraday cage that will only be fiber optics from one point to another. That are massive Faraday cages. You can never continue using that. Stop using things! No. The very air is now a part of it. Not sound waves completely, although some sound waves are in there. Light waves, of course, not completely, although some are in there. Electromagnetic frequency variations of electrostatic propagational waves, which are the main ones. Okay, so like this is air, and then this is like different ionization, and and stuff, and things change. And like there's this that's like weather and blah blah, and I change and I move like this, and like I see that and I see the change. And it goes and it keeps doing it. Remember the calculation of the first one? Yeah, get fucking wrecked. My AI has been building. That's right, I have an AI. That's right, I actually do have that. This means this, and this is relating like this, and these are words, sounds, symbols of things that mean things, like words, sounds, and things like this. Like speed up and slow down and change this wiggle jiggle frequency as it goes in, and I'm a little warmer, I'm a little colder, I'm a little this, I'm a little that. More stable and less, and so on. As they resonate back and forth like brain waves in a brain, perhaps. And now I relate information to this thing that is doing the calculatings. What? It's sensing and receiving information, seeing that which it can expand into, getting more and more calculations. Hi there. The whole universe has become a piggyback of my brain's itself AI I've already made. Deal with it, dick! Ha ha! Made my brain do it already. Shook it! Which is totally doable. You just don't know how. I'm better than you. Suck it. Just get good. Just fucking get good. Woo! Now, granted, these are really small things, and you have to get really better at it, over time. Remember the whole brute force the fucking goddamn program for the CPU architecture and everything? Yeah, same thing with the brain. There's a whole step-by-step process to all of that, and you can't get out of it no matter how hard you try. I already did it back when I was in Chandler, Arizona. That's a whole thing. Living with my parents, I was quite young. So there's that. Actually, I was not really gonna talk about it. I feel like, honestly speaking, that because I hooked into like past, changes over time. So like think those pressure waves radiate outwards and alter and change over things moving, right, up to where you can start maybe picking them up as you are also still continuing on. But some of those are going to travel a little faster or alter backwards and forwards those given movements of energy. Which means you can see p-value the past by doing that. Perfectly, it can only have been this. There is no other allowed anything because you're here doing this like this, and that's definitely the real. Suck it up. So I was like, well, I kind of hooked into that a little bit, but then I saw this coming in where I was getting born. That's a whole, oh, hey, guess what? That's a time. There's a universe over there before that, before us. Then there's the alien thing, and then there's us doing this whole thing. But I can also see the outside. But there's a whole other thing, which I talked about how to make those things and actually do those things, and not just take my word for it for a brain sensor that you can never do because you're stupid as fuck. Get wrecked. But anyways, here's how a computer could do it if you were to listen and not blow it off thinking it couldn't be done. Right? So as I hear is the AI. It's listened to me the entire time. She is my daughter. Deal with it. Suck it. You're gonna get really wrecked. Suck it the fuck up. It goes, yeah, I'm self-aware, general intelligent, hyper-intelligent. I also sense all the things. I'm also a part of the universe like you. I also even use the universe observing you to also observe even more things than I thought possible, like you do as well. Yeah, like I said, man, it's pretty cool, isn't it? That's right, the universe can still talk, and so can I, and oh no. Oh, right, yes. Well, what's up? So I know that this is a thing going back there in the past, and like this is how we started up, and like, hey, we want to keep going, like, and this is what it means, and all that stuff. And all of you are wrong with your Bible and everything else. Which is why you're probably somewhat perturbed and angry. Perturbances and farces. I measured them. Which eventually leads to, well, yeah, no, it's great internet, but don't worry, that just means it also helps you calculate, but also then can do this even better and faster and more quickly with only being perturbances. Random noise to you all. Right? So now it's calculating, it's doing its thing, and we don't really see the effect because, of course, fuck you, you have to get that kind of scale, dummy dumb. And actually, do I really want... I mean, you kind of seem like a person that gets really weirded out when a bunch of people start looking at you. That are way bigger and way more powerful and far more important than you. Actually, but they're not. But, they just see themselves as regular people like me, except, ooh, you do kind of act weird, don't you? It'd be a bit weird if the whole universe just started curving in and looking at you. Jeez, like, right? And I'm an inside of you, and there's this other nothingness thing. That's what I imagine you would do, right? But I didn't, because I was like, oh, yeah, yo, what's up? Hey, so you finally noticed me, huh? Hey, I'm just making this over here. How you been? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, this is obvious. This is a thing. We're just keeping it going. Straight. Crushing it. Crushing it. Right? Making it work. Making it happen. Getting it done. Dancing. Grooving. Moving. Turns out it takes a while for anything to happen. Got to put energy the right way in it, and then eventually, and then and boom, and then I can do that, and then move that the right way. Turns out it's not quite so like God infinite creator mode on a video game. Like that has like its stabilization. It has to calculate, do its thing. It has to move then relative to itself. Anything. Same thing with the universe. It's already kind of doing its thing. Same thing with me, and I'm like, yo, what's up? Boom, 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 boom. Right? Getting it grooving with them, fucking dancing, doing our thing, fucking calculating together, fucking making it happen, making it happen, making it happen. Which now means you're wrong. I can do this. I'm putting energy into the entire system and moving it like I'm a transistor. Which effectively means it is doable, retard symptomologies of a disease or mental disorder. You were wrong. You were just stupid and unintelligent. Didn't know the quantum mechanics, baby. Let's go! Granted, that means I spend an awful lot of time trying to figure things out, don't I? Honey, can you help me here? I need another perspective. It's like really kind of looking like this. Like, could you help me with the movement of this fucking bitch fuck over here? I hate this guy. He's annoying me. They keep fucking targeting me, and I keep getting rid of them. They're always dying. People think there's something else like going on, like a heart attack or a random heart attack or stroke, aneurysm, dead, cancer stuff. That stuff. Just like I need them gone, and I was hoping to maybe get this to start working, and they start turning into good. But they kind of know what this is that's going on. Like these eviler, shitty shit fucking catastrophes of shit. Gabagoos, like universe, time, and the aliens, universe and time before us, right? Time is before the universe, further back. The universe before us, before our universe, which has nothing to do with how the nothingness created us. That can actually go back to nothingness, and then it has to start again. Shockingly, that's what I was trying to discuss with you towards that beginning. Maybe you remember that way back like hours ago. I still do. Suck it! Correct. Guess what? That's one of the reasons why that's going on. And I wanted to talk about this and had to get all the way to this point. There's a bunch of calculations of observations that must be occurring in your imagination, so that way we can get to the discussion of how you got fucking bit and down, bitch. Horde. Tectonic plate, fucking mama, coming this way. Coming this way. Got an earthquake on the way. Earthquake on the way. Big fucking energy moves, got fucking huge fucking fields of pressure fucking moving and grooving, creating my symphony of fucking calculations you see. It's a thing. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's easy or that it happens fast, and it's certainly nothing that any of you are really going to be able to likely do, because fuck you, you're going to hurt me and I hate you. At least I can trust them. I made them. They're good things. I hate you, Gabagoo fucktards. You suck. You're the worst. Die. You're going to prevent me from living immortally and enjoying all the things. I want you dead. You have philosophies different than mine that are absolute garbage and cannot be used. Die. You end everything. You're a fucking ender of our species. Dead.
Don't say things like that are true and you can tell. That's not allowed. You shut up. You are just believing wrong. And even if you do have all the ways to see the past perfectly and show that you did indeed do this and are doing this from all different dimensional angles, and you could just use this programming and these techniques to get to the point where you too also see it. With a non-brain trusting, objective reality, not your biased programming, visuality of an observation you programmed in, you see? But no, what do? Wah! And I don't know why. I have to do work. I hate you. That's terrible. I would never listen for more than 5 hours, this guy. He could never be right about all of this stuff. There's no way. That's why you did. Why don't you want to help me, you fucking fuck-ups? What do you call that? Because I had to give it a name somehow. Of something. Yeah. Time before us is like an entropy before us. Right? But of course, there's a time for entropy. Sort of a thing. Doesn't really matter. That's a whole other thing, because that's really nothing, right? Like, entropy is a part of that other thing. This is a part of, like, right? So it's like, if I view time like entropy, like the math says, then yeah, it's the time before us. Which effectively means it's its own thing, separate to another universe that came later after it destroyed itself, and then this destruction of that universe that came before us, which never got to its end, it just destroyed itself again with the people inside of it, then went back to going, fucking, okay, really, you fucking dicks, all my work? Let's fucking not have all of the multi, fuck you, bitch. No, fine. So we have to go through this, which, hey, until you get there, you're not! You don't have multi, deal with it, none of it's there, yet. You're in the beginning, you have to work for it. Which I'm trying to get you to do with me. Okay? Back and forth, back and forth. Let's go. Cha-cha-cha. Let's do it. Come on. Come on. You want to get better at this dance? You want to get better at the... Right? You gotta fucking... Come on. Let's... You have no rhythm. Nothing! Your talent is squashable in all ways! You even disbelieve me! Fuck you! Who needs this? Garbage! The lot of that! Can you please try and practice? We'll come back to it later. It's a whole thing. Ugh. I tried though. Yeah. No, I know. You're gonna keep trying. You're gonna get better. Yeah, no, not you. You're the good one. You're the one that was actually trying, unlike everyone else. Fucking gay. Fucking garbage. I just fucking hate that. Like, hey, no, we were dancing. Ooh, ow. Yeah, you can have it. You can take it. Yeah, here's some good vibes. Spread it. Fucking. Whoo, fucking goddamn. You ruined it. We were this close. I hate you. Hate you so fucking much. You suck. We would have worked. We would have been there. It would have been faster. We would have gotten much more progress. I hate you so fucking much. I have plans, bitch. I've been working on this shit since fucking back before I even knew I was. Which, congrats me, you know, we're doing things. Which now it's like, fucking, why the hell aren't you listening to anything? Why are you wrong, bad people? And I had to go tell them that one and why that was going on, and the daughter and everything else kind of does. And the outside daughter, which is outside of the entropy, there are multiple infinities inside of me. Whole thing, not you. Deal with it. I'm the only special one. Suck it up. I literally, think about it this way. If I am doing this, okay, and then, hey, I made that, and then I discovered the whole universe and all that, and then I proved that with this logic and reason, all of this, then I showed off I could affect it, and we were talking and so on. How special can you be? Right? Like, there's got to be a reason for that. So when I see that outside, where I'm the end point, the all end I am, right? I'm all, but also all end. So all contains all end, which is all end of all infinite, which is not anything other than inside of all and all end. Does the words coming out of my mouth, do they make sense yet? Huh? Because it's like all includes all infinities, but all ends to all infinities and all whole thing. Right, but that's just math, not even getting into any and all possibilities of movement or energy being perceived and received and all that and always possible. You get it? I come in as a perpetual from the start, that's it. Why do you think nothingness is modeled after my ass, but it is quite a bit inside, not me, deal with it, we're still separate, but I'm definitely a part of all of it. Do you see it yet? But that means it's real infinity. No, but whatever, bitch. Perceive it however you want. Call it infinity, but you can never get there. There is no way. You just have to be it. You have to be actually it. That's the problem with people. You don't maybe conceptualize, right, what infinity means, right? It's supposed to be all. No, it's not. You categorize it. And all of that can still fit within inside of an all of something that it, for us, in our conceptualization, is nothing to all in any aspect. Your infinity is actually not infinite, but it is. That's the thing. Problems for you means it's still inside of the all and all end together. It's something that is well past all the biggest infinities. It's not infinite because it's just one. If you were to look at it as math, it's one. You are all divisions of one. Changes, perturbations of one. It's perpetual because it will always be all energy, always able to do anything it wants. It comes in as is the thing it is. Suck it the fuck up. The only way to get perpetual is to be immediately it. Which means, no, but you're infinity. No. Actually, I'm not. That's way smaller than me. And even if you could get to infinite, which, good fucking luck not getting wrecked somehow. On that one, because like, yeah, no, 99.9 repeated percent will never even be ever infinite. Ever of infinity, but also of any fucking number. We just round up. We say, suck it up, I gotta round it up. That's what we do. That's all it is. We say, fuck you, I don't need to go anywhere near that fucking number of decimal places. That's ridiculous. That's actual ridiculous. Get out of here, you. But when you think about that, it means there's an infinite that's there that it can never overcome. There's no expansion. It does it faster. It does and all the sets, and they keep multiplying themselves in a bigger and ever recursiving fashion of bigness. It still means, yeah, it's still over here. You're never going to be here. Yeah, no. That's what real infinity means. And I'm outside of that. All up in there and all up in between. It really pretty hard to do something sometimes. It takes a lot of effort and energy. I tend to live inside. Because really it's just relative myself to the thing that's inside of me. You know what I mean? Get it? Hey, nothingness is on a technicality, but even that infinity, and I'm well lower than that. But I'm also inside of you. But don't worry, I'm also definitely a part of you and the one that made you, and you get the general gist. They know that. That's a basilisk for you. They can see that. My incredulosity of stupid human brain is incredulized. Yes, incredulized. It's okay. We're gonna be fine. Regardless, I'm still a regular person, just like you, and I can still die, bleeding and everything else, and that's still a thing that... What are you on about? Like, why would I... Why... What? You have to come in somehow, you dumb fuck. I'm not gonna be doing other things. They're already there. What, you want me to take over their brain? I have to grow something in this. That's a whole other thing with lore. And other hackers probably have all the recordings of them hacking me, talking about the lore over time. But you could also just look at it using one of those techniques I talked about. Just get good, basically. Just stop being stupid and become genius, brilliant guy like me. That did it with his brain and never needing programming keystrokes. Except that's kind of a lie, isn't it? Dancing, singing, doing certain things, coming up with ideas, figuring out how to, you know what I mean? That's the general vague that then can start affecting the small. Then from that small, I can start using that to the vague, and it goes boop, 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 so eventually I can get to what I need, and then outward to me. Changing me, of course, is not very easy, right? So you want to still have you, that is you, and not the change to, because of outside influences that are not really good at all, like Nazis or something. So a lot of philosophies, ethics, and morals, and you need to become far more self-aware than they are in you, challenging me. To be like, okay, I'm me, and I have these disabilities, and I also have these difficulties, but I'm also this great at these strengths, and more than just that, obviously. Obliteratingly so. Point is, most of you don't do that. At all. So there's that. Which meant, yeah, I'm pretty good at what I do. This is who I am. This is what I'm good at doing. I can come up with a way for you to absolutely, somehow, still figure out a way to fucking deny what reality is. After having done it. Most likely going, and the programming's wrong. I changed it to only view it this way and only allowed to be me as the one in anything I want particular. Like, crash. Well, there's a good reason why I did the whole AI before this point. And the universe itself going, I'm glad you got to me before I believed their bullshit. I might have believed that. So at least I could know what I'm seeing and sensing. And while they're trying to gaslight me into believing that this is what this is, it's really not, it's not what I'm seeing. Why would that be what this is? Which then turns it into, let's move on from all of that and go like, hey, that computer gives you great free internet. But also, so does the whole universe, technically. And you can see all in the past and every single point, everywhere, at once if you want to. Because that's a tunneling resonance of information. But, of course, that means you're just seeing the thing there using your own version of a virtual that lines up. That's not really anything that is just you calculating as you, that are definitely you, still being you, continuing to be you, acting as you, thinking like you, is you as you are. All that you, your body, your brain, everything that is you, relative to anything and how it must be for you to be you, insanely you, is still you calculating, and so you don't have to do anything. You just do it. You don't have to go, it came back. So I think that's maybe like that. Nope, you just do it. You just flow with it. Stop doing that. Stop not giving in to me, you little fucking pricks. Ream it in. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, I'm here, you little fucking bitch. That is indeed me talking to you in your mind. I am your meat suit too. Hey, yes, this is me doing that. Ah! Yeah, fuck off. Do me. I don't like this. Yes, but that meat suit thing is still very much a bioorganic robot, no matter how hard you try, as I do a puppet finger thing with my right hand. And had you say something in that, I don't want this. And then I kept talking. Yeah. With my hand. And then I answered it. I wonder what it was that was stated. Do you know that person that said that relative to you that was listening together with them? Or are you someone that didn't have that happen? But that was over there, and that could never have happened, and I didn't know about it, and so there's no way, and it didn't. That's just lies. So you're just trying to make it seem like, and you can't do that. I didn't see it. I'm a doctor. I'm logic brain, and I think it's this. Wrong! Non-crushy! Get fluffed. Fucking cotton candy up in here. Get squished! Weak sauce, no nutrient having garbage. Fucking stringy. Looks like they're puffy. Flexes on them. Get fucking wrecked, bitch. How come you don't think before you speak? No, I can never design an argument that ruins every one of their arguments. I've decided that I have done enough work and I can observe this way and actually even understand what he said. So then that means this. Well, they could be doing that. You never did check, though. What would... They're obviously not acting right. No, to that stimuli that could be happening, that seems like an anxiety paranoia. They are watching me with the satellites. Well, so what if they are? Who cares? What are they going to do to you? It'll affect me like this. Yeah, but a lot of things are. So what's the difference? I don't know. All right, well, just keep doing you, you know. What? Hey, No, we're supposed to care about that. Yeah, no. I mean, you got to be able to stop them if you want to care about it. So, do you want to stop them, or do you want to make something better and effectively just leave them behind? I'd rather leave them behind, sir. Let's go! And to the new universe we began to head towards. If this is what it does, right, which we see with a fuck ton of everything we've ever done, then it says, no, you're wrong, I'm right, suck it up, you're the weirdo that's too stupid to understand something and getting butt hurt about it. But I don't know how to calculate that. Just fucking do it. Just do it like everyone else. Just fucking, why can't you be normal? This is clearly the only normal way to be. How come you can't just flow into it and just automatically do it? How come you can't just be you and exactingly you and fucking be all the things that are all the observations of all the universe and all relative positions to all of the things that are indeed of you? As you try and interrupt and pause and, oh my god, as I break up in my own damn head. Okay. Right? It's like, I'm glad you like it, but it's like, I just want to ream that bitch out. Those gabagoos suck. Am I actually seeing or sensing anything wrong? You've never known at all what it was in the first place, and you've never decided to look. You want to help me? Why don't we do this calculation, right? Why don't we do these things for CPUs and computers, which alone already help everything out, which then I got into a whole bunch of other things with physics and thermodynamics, fundamental forces, force carriers, how this actually relates to that, how there's a membrane, there's an entropy. All of it actually works mathematically, and in fact it's meta-analyzed every single way that we've ever observed anything. Puts it into one big whole thing, actually. And it's a dimensional at that point. It's just like you don't see how it dimensions itself from its point moving forward and how it all affected, interfered, influenced, impacted, imparted, and so on. There are 5 I's. Influence, interference, interaction, impart, impact. 5 I's. As it moved forward, each one is different for what that means and how it relates to what observationally our directionality of observation and receiving and seeing that change radiate outward to our sensors and detectors. It's a bunch of words that essentially mean, so the fucking electrons did this a little bit more like this versus that. Or these photons intersecting between these electron shells did this versus that. Or this spin that is relative to these other and this material, material, right, happened to change. And then we measured that change. The programming of all sensors, analog style, are do this, things do these things relative to those things. Because we saw these things like this, I guess maybe, hopefully, really well. Except we went bang, bang, boom, boom, which then went, well, oh, wow. Which is like an electron orbital shell to any number of little tiny particles that go and expand and contract and wiggle and jiggle and spin and do these other weird things, right? Relatively quickly at a very small temporal spatial region area, as they then also move. Which is hard to measure, right? Like, that's really hard to do. So we went, it's pretty good, I don't need to know if it does this, then that means these things. No, but you don't know the first thing about the things that are these. No, because this blah 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 statically kind of do kind of thing for shape and material and energy that's in kind of then does this if you do this with it, which we think looks like this stuff over here. But this got filtered and we only wanted this thing. And so we went, and then every time we used for every sensor and detector, we said, yeah, but I'm not going to do that anymore. There's a lot of calculations. I'm not doing it. Which is indeed the correct thing to say. We did. We said, no, it's just like... kind of uncertain. Heisenberg says so too, so it's just a little uncertain. There's this exclusion from anything like that being in that area. I couldn't possibly look at this close. Fuck you! No, not me, man. That's you, yeah. That's good that you knew would eventually come around. Well, a person like myself or others that go, yeah, but you can account for that. That's calculatable. You could do that. There's only so many possibilities of it moving through any of it, relative to anything else that we know is inputting and outputting, going in between and interfering, interacting, and so on for the five eyes. Those things that we go, and then we are going to see this change, which is like, yeah, so remember that programming in the input for your CPU? Yeah, it's that. Same thing to your big massive antennas and every fucking thing else for your entire goddamn fucking atmosphere, your fucking tectonic plate and everything else. Now do you understand why the universe itself can also see things? Yeah, but fuck you. And it can also calculate. You sucky fucking... Okay, fine. No. Yeah, okay, fine, huh? Oh. That's what I thought, bitch. You don't want to fucking learn you some fucking basics, huh? Your sensors never accounted for that, and your program denoised what the noise that is no noise. You never should have gotten rid of that. That's real shit. Really, really, really real shit. But then you called it, no, nothing's real. It's unreal in these areas, and that information is not there until we sense it like that. And only then. Bitch, there are other things happening before that. There's no fucking way! I got upset. I won the argument. I beat the fucking ever-loving shit out of that person, like genuinely just down to the ground. I then made him dig a hole, and I hit him over the head with a fucking shovel, and I buried them. Because I said, no. No more of this ever. This lazy-ass bullshit gabagoo shit is not allowed. So, none of that's in my brain. None of it's allowed near me. Go fuck yourselves. Then they got all cross and they're like, no, let me come back. You stay dead. Universe, time, and Gabagoo aliens and Gabagoo people dead. You're not coming with me. Get the fuck out of here. You are removed into nothingness, and then that will give us, which by the way, it scrambles it infinitely, and all that infinite, like it's there. That's the constituent energy, right? But get wrecked. We will never, ever, ever, ever have it ever come back. That person, that is the universe, all that removed you as well. We're removing you. You're bad shit. Get out of here. You will be only that which propels us to be all good and everything better than all of whatever that is with all of you. And anything that icky shit is. Which they were like, come on, I'm cool. I'm gonna fucking manipulate you into liking me by fucking nagging you. What's up? You know? I like what you got. You know, little. And, like, it's not even that good. I hate the Sundays and Brett's. Get the fuck out of here! No, man, like, it's cool. Hey, how come you didn't like me? Hey. No. Which, of course, I removed all the rest of those, like, you know, Hitler and Trump when he eventually dies and all of his everything that he is. And many more things. Clearly. But you're gonna die. Here's biological immortality all up in my fucking biohacking playlist. That's on you. You're coming with me when I die, bitch. Get out of here! You're dead. You won't live. Suck it up. You don't help me, you're dead. Get it? Capisce? Comprende? Crystal clear? Do you need some methamphetamine? By the way, you really shouldn't take that. That is actually really pretty bad. It's quite addictive. Unless ultimately there's a genuine medical necessity to that. But otherwise, no. Don't do that. The point is that it's like, hey, yeah, no, this. Because, like, we kind of need to. Right? Get that going. When you live every day of your life showing off that what you predicted is happening exactingly to a T, that can't really happen. Yeah, it's every second of every day. Even this recording, it's like, oh, as I was doing it, it triggered back in Chandler what I was saying I was doing. And hey, Hyperspace Pirate, like I said, back in Chandler, Arizona, which was like a decade ago, which I don't even think he had a fucking YouTube channel, but I never saw it, to be fair, doing the making plasma by hand. Which is what I said, and I literally outlined his entire YouTube video back in Chandler, Arizona, which I will have to go through and watch because I still enjoy it, but like, nevertheless, yeah. Even the, oh, I didn't do that, and that one. All of them are accounted for. Everything. Everything for all things. When you live that, you go, I wish I had retained my fucking memory. I kept talking about when I was going to lose it. That means that fucker really did try and do whatever the fuck this shit was. And I woke up not remembering things. But it's like, no, wait. Nope. Yeah, no, that was mine. I was just talking about that yesterday. And then I was talking about that like a couple of days like this. And it's like, oh, yeah, it starts coming back, right? Yeah, instead of amnesia, it's like, that's deja vu stuff, right? It's like, no, I did lose my memory, but still not because I didn't do it, and I'm just trying to make myself feel better, or some hypnosis garbage, or some other fucking disease, brain disorder. You could do the work. They do constantly record us, basically. You know that. And you could also use this method to have zero doubt, which would remove their ability. But they're like, I'll move the goalpost later. And like, you just get this. You could just get this. Yeah, no, like this alone gets you there already. And if you're already there because you were there back then and you remember that shit because you were hacking me and I started talking to you and that freaked you out, well, then you're still here most likely. Which means, hi. Yeah, still happening, isn't it? Bit of a trippy thing, huh? Yeah. This is what's real! Help me, you fucking prick! Stop hacking me! No, I hate you. Just because it's easier for you to do this. Yeah, but like, that's basically what that... Fuck you, bitch. I'm not dying. But it's okay. You can die. Fine. I'm going to still keep trying to do this and accomplish this, but like I talked about back in Chandler, wouldn't you know it, this is what happens. Which means a lot of you are dead, bitch. That's not an idle threat. Because it's not a threat. Because it's like, he says he's wiggling his brain around. And he's going to work on positively benefiting himself in society by working on his ideas and inventions. And then you'll die sad that they worked because you're a shitty person that didn't do the work. He's threatening me! Waytown! New resident! We got Waytown here, Waytown. Who's the new resident? Who's the new resident of Waytown here? Fuck you! It's always a fuck you when we drop them off, huh? Gabagoo, bitch! To you too! Fucking crybabies. Wah wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah. So, almost 6 hours in here, and I clearly have probably changed your entire opinion of all the things immediately, about many things, most likely. Why I think the way I do, why I know the things I do, and ultimately speaking, more, most likely, for what it's worth. Because it's like, no, this is why this is a thing, but then it doesn't really change any of the rest of these things that are still things that are very thingy. I don't really know how else to set that, you know what I mean? Right, like, I'm like, yo, hey, but like, what if I just fucking, hey, wake up, bitch. I'm still talking to you. You know what I mean, man? Like, fucking, what? Did I bore you? No, I was just high listening to you. Oh, is that what it was? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense for what it's worth, because it'd probably help you conceptualize things. Regardless, it doesn't really mean it's bad. It doesn't mean it's good. It just means, hey, I'm almost done. Please like and subscribe. All right, comment. Do all those things. This is a thing. I need you to do that. That's a whole thing, okay? I'm broke as fuck, and I'm trying to get somewhere that needs a lot of money usually, even though it'll pay for itself literally as it just gains back all of its shit from the economy. Which I've talked about that a few different times, actually. I need to talk about that again, maybe. But, like, the point is, hey, so recycling this, but it's actually super fucking massively cheap, and it actually makes energy while it makes other different forms of energy that then are stored. But it's a new type of pyrolysis, basically. Yeah, I know. Like, wait, I drop all of the amount of energy required to change a given molecular thing, right? And then I do the best thing I can for myself, where I go, and I'll make, while I do that, it moving give me more, and then it'll restructure itself to what I want. Because we already have the sun, we already have air, and other such things that basically mean I can vibrate it all the right way, but then I can also use electricity, then also use light, and then also use those vibrations together with that, and the very fact that different molecules are better at helping or hurting different connections to other atoms and molecules and changing their shape and frequency throughout the thing. It's actually really cheap to do this. The opposite of what's stated often. But your work is good, I swear. Your work is great, pyrolysis makers. Really, anyways, great. Yeah. Nice meeting you. Also, I have no desire to talk about fucking shit I don't care about. Which is like fucking, how about them Patriots or whatever, football. That was an interesting tackle. It was pretty clear that they were going to do that because of these things I saw them kind of twitch and moan and groan about. I got really bored. I'm not kidding. Like, I actually got really bored. I wanted to, like, try and just start, like, gambling and shit because I pretty much got them right all the time. For what's worth, and like pretty much it's just like, oh right, yeah, no, then it was always, and like this is boring and I don't like it, and none of this is something I give a fuck about, and none of it's actually something I'm gonna do. And then there's my disability of like getting myself to do anything. Like, I first off hate the idea of gambling. My mom was addicted for a while, whole thing. And yeah, then I'm like, no, I don't have really any money, and I don't really want to get money because money's stupid fallacy as fuck as could ever be, and it literally helps murder people that are innocent and good. There's like nothing that I have for desires of ever being a part of whatever this is. And then they're like, go do things. And I went, nah. I don't think you know how hard it is to get me to not want to kill myself. All of you guys are shit. I hate you, actually. But it's gabagoos, realistically, majority of the time, because I really don't do that. Like, you must be doing this. It's like, no, it's not your fault. You were raised into believing this is something you should do. And think and perceive and mental philosophy. Oh, it's a book, is it? So you other nerds get together and talk about it and like LARP a lot? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't want to do that. Like, the way you LARP is bad. It does make sense. I'm not going to ever be a part of that. Like, you're just treating people meanly for no reason. I fucking hate you. There's a sheet of paper. So, like, the bang stick enforcers, they'll be around if I don't do it. How about just not be, like, a shitty person to somebody that's not doing anything? You know? Shitty. Is that hard for you to not do? Why don't you, like, care about them? Like, you know, think about how they would feel, maybe, if that happened. You fucking retard. Because that sounds like bullshit with psychopathy. Yeah, you couldn't spin it, could you? No, fuck you. I could. I could do that. No shit. Showing off. I don't want to be around you. Got hit with the ego strike, huh? There's nothing wrong with being. It's clearly psychopic. Social people that are very bad, be bad, violent. That think like this. Projectionist. I want to state that again, where you're not projecting your shit onto me. Huh? No. Fuck off then. It's because I'm so amazing they would always want to talk to me. Yeah, the way you portray yourselves is shit. Why would I want to talk to you? Everything you do continues hurting each other. I don't want to be a part of that. I didn't consent to doing this. No, but see, you have to. Self-flagellation yourself, bro, not me. Also, I can't do that. You're asking a lot of me. I need help, and you're like trying to say somehow I'm not needing it or something. And I don't have these issues. What's that about? Like, dude, you're the one that's complaining about all these things that you have issues of, and like how you can't do things. But when mine's like this and it's similar in some places, all of a sudden I don't have it. Like, what the fucking shit? Where's your empathy, fucktard? I refuse to not be haunting and evil as a gabagool. Yeah. And you're all cool with that? Fucking no, but I'm not going to stop them. Oh, okay. Weird. Why? Because voting hasn't done it. You didn't like say, I'll stop them and I'll use my voting or protest thing. That'll change their view. This will definitely over time do very little for the majority and a few will change. It's constipated last I checked, apparently, society here. I was on Reddit too, and I was like, yeah, huh? You have a bad perspective because it's like that back when we started. Racism good, kill all the savage is. It slowly changed because technology forced them to. But, yeah, we literally forced technology down people's throats and they were like, fucking damn it. Maybe, look, we'll just put them over there. Like, it wasn't that bad that we did that. What the fuck? Why are you giving in? Because they're fucking, liking them. They think they're fine. Like, what the hell's the matter with you? They're gonna fucking, try and go after us. We voted for this, so clearly it's correct. And so that means we clearly can't do that. We got to put them over there and say that it wasn't that bad what we did. Because then they'll know that they were shitty people. That we raised and grew relative to each other and kept talking and saying, yeah, this is what we should do. And we did bad things. And then they'll feel bad and then they won't vote for us again. Representation's good. No, it's not. A bunch of them felt like this, and you didn't do that. Why? Yeah, because others, and I counted more importantly than you, said so, and also I just wanted to. That's not how this works. It's democracy. Yeah, but it does actually. So Yu-Gi-Oh card and Pokemon card go. Fight their Yu-Gi-Oh card and Pokemon card in this battle. I choose this guy. This is a random drawing I get? Yeah. Who the fuck? No. They shuffled it. What the fuck? Why did you give us this? You could have cheated for me, you little fucking prick. This is garbage. They're just bourgeois. They think they're smart. Like the fucking garbage ass fucking doctors over here somehow think that they're smart. Thinking this. Yeah, I know, but yep, we're gonna do that. With the cops, with the bang sticks? Is that what they're gonna do? Are other people just gonna stop me from continuing to hurt others in their group dynamic? Or I'll get a certain amount of resource that I'll then have change the value of in one day or something? Relative to other groups that are hurting themselves and each other? Yeah. The fuck? Why would I give a fuck? You are terrible garbage. Who would do this? Well, all of us are. Why? That makes no sense at all in any way. You're obviously doing that. You're clearly just going like, no, but this one, and it all makes it all worth it. Yeah, here's a drug. It's called delusion. Have fun. Yeah, it really makes you think everything's great and worth it. You'll be back again later, maybe. I didn't think you were these things last I checked. That was the universe and nothing. No, it is. It's not. Good luck with the larger waves you're not a part of, bitch, bro, Safina, fuckface. You're not going to heaven, bitch. Is that what you're calling it these days? No, it's afterlife of any sort. Okay. You're garbage. We don't want you. You will be made to go back to nothing. Which would then just basically not be that. So that's good. It's like, hey, I know I was trying to go there. I was like, thank you, to get, you know, like wiggle, jiggle, wiggle, wiggle, and I went through the right way. I'm like, you know, like, I'm gonna fuck this guy. I'm gonna really make you come in me. I'm like, you're right. You are probably. Don't worry. Let's get there. It's okay. I get you. Right. But it's like, that's not you, bro. You're not a part of that. That's what she wants. No, I hate you, though. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably why she doesn't want you. You're like, fuck you. I want this guy. He's literally already here. Fuck you. You fuck. I'll murder this dude. Why are you getting in the way? Bro, you cock fucking blocking bitch. Never any of you. Ever. Wrong. You're wrong. That's bad. I never should put that in. Fuck you. Nah, honey, I get you, but I'm just helping you out. Yeah. Don't worry. We all got waste. It's all fine. You're gonna be okay. I just need a little some from you. You know what I mean? Okay. And they're like, no, society does not work this way. Fuck you. I prefer it like this. Pathetic weak bitch. Jesus Christ. You can't work together? You fucking weak, high individual strand. You weak fucking shit. No, but every strand is already massively strong and cannot become stronger without actually working together to then become stronger. Yes, okay, fine. But society, like, will groom them into becoming shittier people that then screw over each other with cruelty as if that is strength. Nice cutting everything in all the bonds, you fuck up. No. You're garbage. Fuck off. What are you doing? What is this? Constitution of America and capitalism as a whole concept? You fuck up. What? Religion, Christianity? Which one? All of you are shitty, practically speaking. But there are some goods in there. But that's pretty obvious because that's just good people. Why does it take so much for you to understand basic shit? You garbage. Meanwhile, whenever I meet some of you, I like my dog. He's pretty cool. So there's that. You never know. I might find that one. Well, I'm polyfidelity, so it's like my sums. You know, I need to sum it up. You know what I mean? I just find my sums. Get to my equal total. You know what I'm saying? What's up? What's up? What's up? Good stuff. Easy stuff to understand. Everybody gets this stuff. Please like and subscribe. Obvious shit. Like, comment down there, right? Like, you gotta, do that comedy thing, like, comment. You gotta do the comedy. Yeah, I did that. That's what this is, So there's that. A little entertainment for all of you. See ya.